All right, and we are live. Broskis. So today we're doing a little bit of a different thing than usual. So I am a big fan of the relatively new trading card game, Sorcery Contested Realm. If you're not familiar, it's a game came out, I think, 3 or 4 years ago. I'm not going to go over the full rules of it, but it kind of builds off some of the ideas of Magic, but has a lot of ideas to it that kind of make it its own thing. Now, last Friday, December 5th, the newest set, Gothic, released. I'm very excited for this set, and we're going to go ahead and open a few boxes on this. I've got about 12 to open here, so this may take a couple of streams to get through all of them. So my way of approaching these is I like to go into the set knowing basically nothing. I follow news about the game a little bit, and I pay enough attention to hear a release date, and then once I have that, I black out entirely. Because my favorite way to learn a new set is to actually experience it by opening it and getting to see the new cards when I can actually have them in my hands. So we're going to go ahead and do that, and hopefully this should be some fun. I mean, even just to start, look at this freaking box. This box kicks ass. Like the previous set, Arthurian Legends had some decent box art. The original set beta, the alpha beta release, it was all right. But this has some style to it. Continuing on to the side. Ooh. Let's see, standalone expansion. And this is a much bigger expansion. So I think the original release set had I think it was like just over 400 cards. Then their first expansion, Arthurian Legend, I think was only about half of that, about 200. So this is the new biggest release. Look at the side. Ooh, okay. Few of the new card releases. See if we can... Okay, it might not focus because of the wrap around it, but we'll take a look at those. Go ahead and open this up. Get off of there. Oh man. Geez, even the box is like high quality. So I mean, like in your standard booster boxes, you just have the top, which usually has a fold-out flap. You pull it up and move it. This does not. This is actually, like you can see where it meets there. This is actually like a high-quality box. Even the sticker got a little bit. Let me see if I can get it to focus where you can actually potentially read it. No, not going to work with me here. Okay, that actually looks almost in focus, but it just says evil on the sticker to the box. Jesus. Look at that. This may be the highest quality booster box I think I've ever seen. And that's cool. We got our box topper here. With Gothic, we invite you to dream again, to think boldly, play wisely, and lose yourself in painted worlds. Your story starts now. Oh, some of the little tokens there. We'll go ahead and just open the one box topper here and kind of see what all's in it. Ooh, if it actually wants to open. So a lot of tokens in this one. Okay, so in the previous sets, they tended to have like little soldier tokens, and sorcery does actually wind up using a decent number of tokens. But these are some new ones. So the skeletons, ordinary undead to do your bidding. I can't. Can't move to defend. Interesting. Okay. Handful of those. And then frogs. An ordinary and bothersome beast. So these are, ooh, tokens with submerge. Interesting. Wasn't expecting to see a token creature with one of the main abilities. Or we have, okay, so they actually printed out some stealth tokens now. And wards. Okay, that's something new. I don't know what wards are. We're going to have to investigate and learn what that one is. Must be a new one. Oop, there's the artist's card. Let's see. Ooh, okay. We have desecrated ground, an exceptional site. Good Lord, is that? I would like to see if I can't sharpen that picture up, but I guess we'll have to live with this for the moment. An exceptional site rejects God's grace. Evil units here have +1 power. Okay. So that's interesting. So it seems like we clearly have a good and evil mechanic for the various creatures and minions now. Or consecrated. Oh, so is this like a token land? Interesting. So then we also have consecrated ground, an exceptional site. Reflects God's grace. Evil has no power here. Well, that seems unusually not balanced. We have evil gets +1 attack, or evil has no power at all. Not sure if I think that's the most balanced thing, but we'll have to see. Okay. Collection. So this is a new concept. Your collection consists of cards you own that didn't start in your decks. Okay, so this is probably defining in official terms basically the equivalent Magic the Gathering concept of like pulling cards from outside the game or possibly a sideboard. When a card is added from your collection, it persists across all game zones. We recommend a 10-card collection that adheres to rarity rules in combination with your 60-card spellbook and 30-card atlas. Okay. That is fascinating. Yeah, it sounds like the recommended 10-card collection, that's probably the sideboard concept. And then, okay, here we go. Ward and Evil. So this is where these ward tokens are coming in. If a warded site or unit would be damaged, destroyed, or targeted by an opponent's spell or special ability, the ward breaks instead. A unit or site can't have multiple wards, and evil minions, demon, monster, and undead, can't be warded by an opponent's spell. That's kind of interesting. So the ward applies to the actual site. So we're applying the tokens to the realm, which is very interesting. So again, for people who may not be familiar with the game, like in Magic, you have your land cards, or in Sorcery, they're called sites, where you create what is called the realm. The realm is basically a 4x5 grid where you place down sites, and then these sites are where you play your monsters, and etc., etc. So what they're saying is that you can actually place a ward token, so one of these, on a site or unit. Well, I guess you could place it either on the site or the unit, which would be damaged, destroyed, or targeted by an opponent's spell or special ability. So basically, if your opponent tries to do anything to either a site or unit, it hurts the ward instead. But each unit or site can't have multiple wards, and evil minions can't be warded. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So then looks like, okay, so we have some rubble tokens. So one of the other aspects I didn't go into, as you play sites, technically the realm, the 4x5 grid, always exists during the game, but spaces that do not have sites on them are considered voids. You can't cast minions unless they have special rules exceptions, and minions cannot move into voids. The void is basically a special area that the point is kind of to fill them with sites. Now, naturally, this game does have some level of site destruction, and when a site gets destroyed, it gets replaced with instead of returning to the void, it is replaced with a rubble token. So you can even see on a particular site, all sites by default will produce you 1 mana unless they have an ability that says different, and they will produce you a threshold, which is a roughly equivalent concept to Magic's different colors of mana. In Sorcery, mana doesn't have a color, it's just a number of mana. But then you have the 4 elemental thresholds: air, earth, water, and fire. Each one of them has a particular symbol. This symbol here is air. Is that one? No. Okay, so consecrated ground. The green upside down triangle with a line through it is earth. Right side up, blue triangle with line through it is air. At some point, we'll also see fire and water. But so the rubble tokens, when it's destroyed, they have no threshold, so they provide nothing, and they provide no mana because the site has been destroyed. Ooh, okay. So our first little card here is the Ghoul. An ordinary undead hungers for flesh. So this is just a basic minion, an undead. Ooh. Is there any chance I can get that set icon focused? Probably not. I would have to play with the camera to see if I can get that to show up properly. But so, much like Magic, each card has a casting cost. In Sorcery, it's on the top left. So that will cost 3 mana, and you have to have 1 air threshold, because that's light blue triangle, right side up with a line through it. So in Sorcery, threshold is actually not a spendable concept, you just have to have it. So if I had Desecrated Ground played in the realm, so it was taking up one of the slots in the realm, then I would always have 1 air threshold. So any card that required only 1 air threshold, I would have that threshold ready and available. I don't have to spend it. So if I played a Ghoul on that turn, I would still have that 1 air threshold available to play more cards. And then over here, so creatures or minions have power and toughness. When they are both the same, unlike in most other card games where they always keep power and toughness separate, in Sorcery, if the power and toughness of a card minion is exactly the same, you will see the swords crossed behind a shield, meaning that it has both its attack and toughness as 3. That's just a 3/3 little ghoulie there. Ooh. In shadowed crypts where silence reigns, a wretched form, all bone and bane, ceaseless, stateless, always heeding, the wet red sob of feeding. Nice. Ooh, okay. Some hellhounds, ordinary demons come hot from hell. So, as you can see, the fire threshold is just the right side up red triangle, but so this is another 3 mana, 3/3 creature. God, that art is so cool. Ooh, okay, so I think the box topper, yeah, okay, so it just came with a 3/3 creature for all the different elements. Horrible hybrids. So this is the water element, downwards pointing blue triangle. Ordinary monsters of nameless design. And then the Penitent Knight. Okay, an ordinary mortal holds solemn vigil. God. Man. All right, well, before we keep going, let me actually test the. Yeah, I think I need to increase the sharpness. Give me one moment here while I try to see if I can't get the picture to be a little bit cleaner here. I'm going to have to deactivate, so it's going to go dark. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Come on. Hold on a sec. Let me just increase sharpness here a little bit and see if we can't get that up. Here. Okay, I think that's a little bit better. Without that. Let's bring this back up and let's see if that actually did what I was kind of hoping it would. Yeah, I think that's a little bit better, but I'll play with it and we'll maybe for the next stream I'll have it cleaned up a little bit better. But now let's move on into the actual Gothic set. God. You know, somebody was having a real good day when asked, you know, what art should we put on the front of the booster packs? And he's like, somebody came over and said, I know what needs to go on the booster packs. All right. Now for the last two sets, the ordering of the cards was the first three. Probably go ahead and mention that. So in Sorcery, the card rarities are a little bit different than most other games. You have your standard commons, which are called ordinaries, your uncommons, which are called extraordinaries, rares, which are elites, and then, you know, whatever the one step beyond rare is in whatever game you happen to be playing, here they are called uniques. So if they have not changed it, then, okay, so already, yeah, I'm seeing exceptional. So it looks like probably the first three cards are going to be the exceptionals. The fourth card is your unique or elite. Immediately following that will be all the commons, and then if there's a foil card, the foil card will be mixed in with all of the commons. So Wreathed in Righteousness, exceptional magic of cleansing flame. Okay. 5 mana and 2 flame threshold. Okay, so not a cheap one. Ward all minions at target location, then deal damage to minions at affected locations. Ooh. So that's another interesting concept. For Sorcery to try and explain like AoE effects, instead of doing it through text, they will show you the grid, which will be, you know, so this is a 9x9. You would basically target the center area, which would be that 0. So, you know, imagine a 4x5 grid. You could pick any space on that grid. The space that you pick will be the center, which would be the 0, which looks like all the minions at the target area, so on the 0, gain a ward, which is pretty neat. And then everything around the ward, both cardinal directions and diagonals, take 2 damage. So that's a very interesting and pretty solid AoE effect spell. Ooh. Okay, few fire cards right off the bat. So Slobbermaw. An exceptional monster bites the hand that feeds. So on Genesis, so Genesis is abilities usually on minions that activate whenever it is first played. So on Genesis, sacrifice a minion, or Slobber Maw deals 4 damage to you. Oh, so it's a 4-power toughness card, but it only costs 3 mana and 1 fire threshold. So it has a little bit of a drawback where you have to sacrifice something or eat some damage, but is a relatively beefy creature you can play quickly. And Invigorate, Exceptional Magic, and Blossoming Hope. An ally gains +3 power this turn, and you heal 3. Okay. So, +3 attack to any minion that may be in the realm, and a 3 heal for, let's see, 3 mana and a earth and water threshold. Okay. Interesting. And then let's see, next up should be our unique or elite. Oop, all right, so that's a elite, a rare corpse explosion. Oh, that's already rad. 7 mana and 2 fire threshold. Elite magic administers blast rights. Deal a dead minion to each site in a 2x2 area. Deal damage equal to each corpse's power to units there, then banish the corpses. Really? A dead minion. So you pull out to each site in a 2x2 area. So presumably you would pick out 4 dead minions, place one on 4 sites next to each other, 2x2 area, deal damage to each corpse's power to all units there, and then banish them. That's fascinating. I wonder how that works if there aren't enough minions in the graveyard yet. I mean, by the time you have 7 mana and 2 fire threshold to play this, you probably would have 4 dead minions. And actually, deal a dead minion. So is that in all graveyards? I'm going to have to do some rules checking on that one, but it is a very neat idea. And it's some more great art. That's a creature. Elite magic, so we're going to keep those sorted a bit. Okay, now just for the common, so Broomstick Witch, 2 mana air threshold for a 2/2. An ordinary mortal sweeps through the sky. Airborne and Spellcaster. Interesting. So Airborne for sorcery is basically the equivalent of Magic's flying keyword. And then the Spellcaster is kind of an interesting one. So in sorcery, whenever you cast a magic, there always has to be someone who casts the magic. This does matter because while some spells like this one don't really, it doesn't matter where the spellcaster is. Some spells are like if you want to shoot fireballs, where you would pick a cardinal direction from the spellcaster, which determines where the fireballs are going to go. So usually you have your avatar, which is the representation of the player in the game. That's like the essentially the minion on the board that has your life total. And by default, all avatars are spellcasters. But then you can also have other minions, and if they have the spellcaster, you can choose them as the person casting the spell, which means your spells can have more versatility to them. So a cheap spellcaster that's also able to fly, that's kind of interesting. Oops. Okay, then we have our first ordinary site, Open Grave, an ordinary site of restless bones. So this is an earth site, and on Genesis, you can pay 1 to summon a skeleton token here. Okay, so that's this seems like a variation of the previous 2 sets with the hamlets and small towns. In the previous sets, the earth sites all had the ability to Genesis, you may pay 1 to put a foot soldier token here. So now they've given a undead variant of that. That's pretty neat. Ooh, okay, lots of sites. Desert Bloom. So this one's a fire. Ordinary Sight, Mirage Manifest. So on Genesis, provides the other 3 thresholds. That's fascinating, in particular for an ordinary sight. So when you normally it would give you a fire threshold, but on the first turn you play Desert Bloom into the realm, it actually provides you one of all 4 threshold types. That's very interesting. Noisome twosome. Ordinary undead should have gone for the head. So Deathrite. Okay, so Deathrite is the opposite of the Genesis ability. Genesis happens when a card enters play. Deathrite happens when the card goes to your graveyard. So you have a 2/2 2-mana skeleton, and when it dies, you put a 1/1 skeleton there. Okay, so just makes it a little bit tougher to kill, but man, look at that art. Okay. Willing Tribute. So we've got, okay, so far a lot of 2/2 creatures. Kind of interesting. No Ordinary Offering. 1 Mortal Soul. So you can sacrifice it to tap an adjacent evil ally. All right, I need to figure out what in the heck this evil means in terms of the game. We haven't seen a card that actually defined as evil. Is that supposed to be like in the card's description? I'm going to have to pay attention to see if we can't figure that one out. But okay. So it's a 2-mana 2/2, and you can toss it to untap probably more powerful evil monsters. Return to Nature. And it's a water card. Interesting. Ordinary magic preserves the natural order. Return up to 3 cards from a cemetery to the bottom of their decks and draw a spell. Okay. Actually, I guess I should probably go ahead and talk about that. So you'll notice that it specifically says draw a spell. So in Sorcery, you actually have 2 decks of cards. You have your spell book and your atlas. Your spell book is full of all of your minions, your spells, auras, which is basically Sorcery's version of enchantments. We haven't gotten one of those yet. And then your atlas contains all your sights. So every turn you get to draw 1 card, but you get to actively pick, am I going to draw from my spellbook or from my atlas? So that does, whenever you see a card and it says draw a card, that means you actually get to pick which of the 2 decks you're going to draw from. So this one specifically says draw a spell, which means you have to draw from the spellbook. You can't draw from the atlas. So that's very interesting. For only 2 mana, put 3 cards from any cemetery. Can you mix and match? No. Return up to 3 cards from a cemetery to the bottom of their decks. Okay, so you can't mix and match, but you can pick either yours or probably an opponent's cemetery and put 3 cards back into the deck. Okay. Gift of the Raven. Ordinary magic of Corvid Invocation. Choose an allied minion. The next time they strike a unit this turn, the damage heals you, and draw a spell. Ooh. 2 mana and 2 air threshold. And it's only if they strike a unit. So again, Sorcery kind of draws a difference between combat and striking. So when 2 minions during kind of the move and combat phase attack each other, that is also technically a strike, but striking means that even if like you were to use an ability to attack another creature, which is not the standard combat, that would still activate this. So that's kind of interesting. Ignited. Oh, and this is a creature. Ordinary undead given to flame. So they have charge. Charge is basically sorcery's version of haste. For 2 mana for a 3/3 charge, but it dies at the end of your turn. Okay, so you get a 3/3 for 1 turn and relatively inexpensive. Okay. Ooh. Blessed Well. An ordinary sight of softened sorrows. That's a water sight, and it has ward. Okay, so when you play it, by default it comes with a ward token on it. Shoggoth? How did Shoggoth come in as a common? That's a 5/5 for 6 mana and 2 water threshold. An ordinary monster of Manifest Madness, which has Submerge and Void Walk. Oh, so it moves a lot. So in Sorcery, you have the Realm, 4/5 grid, you place sites on it, and normally, as I mentioned earlier, so you would cast and put monsters onto sites, and then they move around. That's how the game kind of plays out and how monsters interact with one another. So one, we have Void Walk. So I mentioned earlier that by default, every space in the realm that doesn't have a site on it is considered the void. Creatures that have Void Walk can actually move into voids. So they can move into sites or spaces that don't have a site played on them, which is very interesting. And then it also has Submerge. So Sorcery has essentially 2 versions of this ability. It is Submerge and Burrow. So Submerge is the water site specific version where the minion can actually move under the site. Now this is interesting because in a way it almost functions like the old ability Shadow in Magic, where when a creature is submerged, it cannot be attacked by creatures that are not submerged. Basically, it becomes immune. It cannot be targeted by spells, by things cast that are not also submerged. And Burrow is the version for basically non-water sites. So we got Shoggoth, who is a fairly beefy 5/5, and he can really kind of move all over the place. He can hide underwater sites, he can move out into the void. So that's pretty interesting. Oh, and then we just got a Ghoul. The same as what we got in the box topper. Okay, so some pretty interesting stuff there. Let me organize these over here. So there will be occasional breaks. I do try to organize the commons as I open them on a separate table behind me, because organizing them later is going to be a huge pain in the butt. Very cool. And let's move on to the next one. Common Atlas at the back there. All right, so we have Mountain Peaks, an exceptional sight of rugged grandeur. All right, so no special ability on this one, but this provides 2 air threshold with 1 site. That's actually a new thing. I'm not sure there was actually a card before this, well, before this set, that was a site that gave multiple of the same threshold. There were the cross threshold sites early on, which would give 1 of usually 2 different types, and there was like the color out of space, which by default gave all 4. But I do actually think this may be, if it's not the first, it's one of only a handful that do double of the same threshold. So interesting there. Avenging Angel. 4 mana, 2 air threshold for a 3/3. an exceptional angel of righteous wrath. So naturally airborne, so flying, has charge and lethal. Oh, if an ally died on your opponent's last turn. Now that's kind of fascinating. So it flies, and anytime your opponent kills one of your minions, it gains charge, which is less useful if it was already in play, and lethal, which is, I think Magic made a keyword for that, but it's way after I stopped playing. I think it's Death Touch. Basically, if it deals damage, lethal is if it deals damage to a minion, that minion dies. So, very interesting. We have Desecrate. Oh, that artwork. We got somebody suspended in an upside-down T pose in front of a pentagram. Not something you see every day. Exceptional magic and most heinous act. An evil ally strikes its sight. Ooh. An evil ally strikes its sight, then may transform it into a desecrated ground from your collection. Into a Oh, this is basically land hate. Oh, I wasn't following that, but that's fascinating. Okay, so another point that this is gonna keep happening. So in Sorcery, you have your avatar who is kind of the player representation on the field, and you start out with 20 health. Now, naturally, if your health is reduced down to 0, you lose the game. There's 2 ways to attack the player's avatar. One is to attack their avatar directly, take a minion, move it onto the same site as their avatar, or if they have an ability next to it, tap it and attack it, which deals damage to the avatar directly. And for a lot of the game, I'm not going to go into the full details of that, but for a lot of the game, when sites are played into the realm, they remain facing the player who played them, so you know whose site kind of belongs to who. And you can actually attack the sites of the realm, and if I attack your site, I deal damage to your avatar. So what this is saying is you can take a evil ally, let's say, I don't think the Avenging Angel is an evil ally, but let's say that it was, and if, my opponent had played this Mountain Peaks, and I had my Avenging Angel, evil Avenging Angel, sitting on it, I could hit it with Desecrate. Avenging Angel would hit this site for 3 damage, dealing 3 damage to the enemy player's avatar, and then I would remove the Mountain Peaks from the board and put where's the card? I have it right on over here. And replace it with a Desecrated Ground, which means I am taking away mana and threshold from the opponent, replacing it with my own site that gives me mana and threshold, gives my evil units more power, and deals damage to the enemy's avatar. That's a good card. Dang. Yeah, that's a fascinating one. All right, and then our elite unique. Okay, we got an elite relic. Relics are Sorcery's version of artifacts. They usually have a mana cost, but require no threshold, making them elementless, if that's a word. So, Nadir Seed, an elite relic of squandered potential. At the end of their turn, this site's controller. Okay. Oh, so that's every turn. This site's controller loses life equal to their unspent mana. Oh. So that's kind of interesting. So in Sorcery, your sites generate mana every turn regardless. Like, you don't have to tap them to generate it, they just generate it by default. And most of the time, players will not wind up using all of their mana in one turn, so the mana just kind of fizzles. This is actually a punishment if you don't... The site's controller loses life equal to their unspent mana. Interesting. So this is an elite relic. So artifacts can be played either just loose on top of sites, or they can be played and picked up by minions to carry around. Minions can also then, at later points, drop relics onto sites, etc., etc. So artifacts can be moved around on the board. So this one can bite you back if your opponent manages to move this onto one of the sites that you control, because then you're going to be losing life. But that is an interesting way to punish for not using all your mana in a turn. That's rather interesting. Okay. So we've got that nice little site and a couple heirs. So now we're into the commons here. Spore spouts, an ordinary site of nourishing fungus. So it's an air site. And on Genesis, you can cast minions with 2 or less power to any site this turn. Cool. So normally you can only summon minions onto sites that you control, sites you played onto the board. This says the turn you play it, any minion with 2 or less power, you can just summon them onto any site. Okay. Interesting. Uh-oh, we got a crawler. An ordinary undead scrapes and scampers. 3 mana for a 3/3. Projectiles fly over crawler. Interesting. So some minions have the ranged ability, which, naturally for most minions, if I wanted to attack another minion, I have to move on to the same site as that other minion and then tap and I deal damage to it. Standard kind of combat stuff. When you have ranged, naturally, as the name would suggest, you can tap and attack from a distance. Apparently, projectiles fly over crawler. I'm assuming that means you can't hit this with a ranged attack, which is rather interesting. I don't know how useful that is, but it is an interesting thought. Let's see here. Ooh. All right, Leadworks. An ordinary site of heavy metal and heavier air. So it's a fire site. And then Genesis, until your next turn, sites are silenced while nearby. I believe the silenced keyword means that any nearby, or let's see, sites nearby, okay. Nearby sites lose their abilities. But only the first turn you play it, so, okay. Okay, a Dreadwing, an ordinary demon of mercurial moods. So 4/4 for 5, only 1 air threshold, so not a high threshold requirement. Airborne, so it flies, and on Genesis, strikes your avatar unless you discard a card. Okay, so you discard or take 4 damage when you play it. Huh? 5 mana for a 4/4 flying and discard? I mean, I've seen worse, I've seen better. Oh, there's the Penitent Knight. Murder of Crows. Ordinary magic accumulates avian animosity. So 3 mana and 2 air threshold. Deal 1 damage to all enemy minions on the surface. Okay, so if you remember when I was talking earlier, I think it was the Shoggoth that had Submerge. if you are submerged or burrowed, then you are not on the surface. So this is basically deal 1 damage to all enemy minions that don't have, well, are not at that moment submerged or burrowed beneath their sights. You may cast the spell from your cemetery, banishing it afterwards. Okay, so you can play it from your hand, and then you can play it again from the cemetery. Okay, I think it is actually clearer if I hold it a little bit further from the camera. I keep wanting to get it up close to the camera because it seems like that should be better, but whoop, probably about right there is pretty good. Lash. All right. 3 mana and a fire threshold. Ordinary magic, draws blood and focus. Deal 1 damage to target nearby minion and tap it. Okay. So this is one where the whole spellcaster ability becomes important because it has to be a nearby minion to the caster. So nearby covers 4 cardinal directions plus diagonals from wherever the caster exists in the realm. So deal 1 damage to target near, or wait, and untap it. Ooh. So you could use it to deal 1 to an enemy minion. On your turn, all enemy minions. Well, no, they wouldn't all be untapped by default. If they hadn't attacked, or if they had attacked, they would still be tapped until the opponent's turn untapped them again. But you can get a little bit more out of your own minions if you're willing to deal them a damage. Okay. Forsaken. So 2 mana for a 3/3 Void Walk and must be cast to an outer column. All right, so again, you're 4x5 grid. You have to cast it either into a site all the way to the left of the realm or all the way to the right of the realm, because those are your outer columns. So it's a relatively cheap 3/3 Void Walk, but the casting restriction is a little nasty. Lesser Blood Demon. Hell yeah. An ordinary demon barters in blood. So, okay, 3 mana for a 2. We're getting a lot of creatures that are higher power toughness with lower costs. Yep, there's the downside. Genesis, so you lose 2 life to cast it, but you get a 3/3 for 2. Okay. God, that art is cool. Noxious Corpse. An ordinary undead, rife with disease. 2/2 for 2 with lethal. So it kills any minion it deals damage to. Good to see they're making a few more cards that have lethal. Lethal is an ability that did not have a lot of cards with it in the earlier sets. So it's kind of nice to see them expanding on that a bit. Open Mausoleum, an ordinary site sealed no longer. So it's an air site, and on Genesis, you can pay 1 to summon a skeleton token here. Okay, so are all the elements going to get a ordinary site that lets you summon skeletons? That would be kind of neat. Okay, put these away over here. Demon. Roller. Open Mausoleum. Ooh, okay. Demon Hunter. So an exceptional mortal comes well prepared. Another 2/2 for 2, but on Genesis, kill target adjacent demon. Now adjacent is slightly different than nearby. Adjacent only covers the 4 cardinal directions, up, down, left, right. Nearby covers those 4 plus your diagonals. So this guy, you need to cast him a little bit more specific to get his ability to trigger. But I mean, I don't think we've really seen a lot of demons yet. Presumably we're going to. But I mean, if these demons are going to be super powerful, then that really could be a nice little card to have. Forlorn Keep. Okay, so we have an Earth Sight. An exceptional sight of stained regret. Okay, and if when you play it, so it's got 2 Earths threshold Genesis. So when you play it, if you already have 2 threshold for Earth, you may cast a Penitent Knight from your collection to this site. Oh! I am never going to get that to properly focus. Oh well, that's life. But that's fascinating. From your collection to this site. So the collection's not really a sideboard. The collection is kind of just cards that aren't in your deck, but may occasionally have ability. There may occasionally be card abilities that just pull from it. That's kind of interesting. I'm going to hold judgment on it until I see what other cards have abilities that affect that and how that's going to play out. So, Barging Barghest. An exceptional monster breaks the barrier. We have movement +1, so all minions by default will only move, when moving from site to site, can only move 1 space per turn. Movement +1 means this can move 2. And Void Walk, so they're once again able to move through voids. You don't have to move on top of sites. And is otherwise a 3/3 for 3. Okay, pretty interesting there. Oh, okay, and another, oh my god, look at this art. Vindictive Nation. An elite site answers insult with injury. What is that in the background? Is that like... Is that like a Warhammer 40k demon cannon? What is going on in the background of this image? It's awesome. Okay, let's see. The ability here. Opponent loses 1, 3, or 7 life respectively if they modify, move, or destroy a nearby allied site. Wow. So as part of Sorcery, there's a good number of cards where, you will be playing sites into the realm. There will be cards that say can move site from one space to another, that can grant or remove abilities, or can outright destroy them. What this card basically says is, if for all nearby sites to this one that are controlled by you, so again, 4 cardinal directions and diagonals is nearby. They will lose, the opponent loses 1 life if they modify it. So they try to like block its abilities or do anything to it that doesn't fundamentally change the card. They lose 3 life if they do anything to try and move the site. So move it from one space to another within the realm. And they lose 7 life if they attempt to destroy the site. That's a cool card. I love that one. All right, so let's see. We got some ordinaries now. So Bless, Earth Magic for 1 mana, ward a nearby minion or site. Okay. So that's just gives them the ward token, which is a one-off save. Second Wind. Ordinary magic of rest, twice rejected. An allied minion takes a step. So taking a step is basically, again, just moving from one site to another. So you get to move one of your own minions, but it doesn't take up their normal one space move. And you may cast a spell from your cemetery, banishing it afterwards. Okay, so air, as per usual, this was kind of common from the last couple of sets, tends to be, tends to have a lot of magic that helps move minions very quickly. Flame Strike. Ordinary magic, it's toasted. Choose a cardinal direction from the caster. So this is another big one where the position of the caster matters. Deal damage to each unit at the affected locations. So we've got a grid. The little dot would be the spot the caster's at. So the spot directly in front, based on that cardinal location, takes 3, and then it spreads out and deals an extra 1 to the 3 spaces behind it. Okay. So up to 6 damage across, and when it does this grid, so that 3 is going to hit all units at that location. So anything, if there's no limit to the number of minions that can be on a site. So if there's 6 minions on the site in front of the caster, all 6 of them are going to take 3 damage. Okay, for 3 mana, that's not an atrocious spell. Ooh, God. Drew Tucker, this art. Slayer. An ordinary demon revels in rending. So on Genesis, so when it enters, deal 1 damage to each other nearby unit. So it's 4 mana and 2 threshold for a 3/3, which is eh. But when you play it, it deals 1 damage to everything in a 3x3 area. That's, well, dang. Again, for an ordinary, not atrocious. Overflow, ordinary magic runneth over. Draw a site. You may play a water site. Ooh. Okay, new mana ramp. There hasn't been a ton of extra play site cards before this, so that's kind of interesting to see. Baptize. Another water magic, ordinary magic of cleansing, and cleansing covenant. Ward each allied minion at target water site. Okay. So we have already seen in the previous sets that water and water sites tend to have some relatively powerful magic, but they tend to be limited to only things happening on water sites or submerged creatures and things like that. But still, for 3 mana, you pick any water site, and then all allied minions on it gain that ward. Trial by water. Uh-oh. If she weighs the same as a duck, then she's a witch. Ordinary magic of drenched deliberation. An ally submerges target minion it's nearby. So it's a magic, but you get to pick basically any minion of yours, or any, I suppose you were playing a potential team game, any of your allies, submerges target minion it's nearby. So that's kind of interesting. So when you try to submerge a minion and that minion doesn't have the submerge ability, it dies. Actually, it's the same thing with burrow. There are cards that may force minions to become burrowed. If the minion being burrowed does not have the burrowed ability, I think it either dies or it's incapacitated. I'd have to double check. It's been a hot second since I had to think about that. But okay, that's kind of interesting. So it's not... It seems like it's another version of Drown, but an ally submerges target minion it's nearby. I'd have to think about that one. I'm not totally seeing what the difference is between this and the beta card drown. Okay, zap. Shockingly, ordinary magic. Deals 1 damage to target unit for 1 mana. Alright, so I guess the diet version of lightning bolt here, but it's also an air threshold. Cemetery rats. Ooh, ordinary beasts of crypt and cave. Burrowing. Okay, so that's the burrow ability I was talking about. I guess it's actually called a burrowing instead of burrow, but yeah. And then on Genesis, discard your top 2 spells. Okay. So we've seen a couple of cards that interact with cards in the graveyard. It seems like this may be a trend in the set. There may be, we haven't seen many yet, but there may be a lot more cards that allow you to kind of mill yourself to get things into the graveyard. Gift of the Serpent. Ordinary magic of poisonous provision. Give an allied minion lethal this turn, and then draw a spell. 2 mana for card draw and insta-kill for any minion? That's not bad. And Stinging Kelp. An ordinary sight of nettling tangles. So this is a water site, and on Genesis, deal 1 damage to each minion at target site in this body of water. Ooh. So with water sites, you have the concept of body of water. Basically, any water sites that are adjacent to one another, so cardinal directions, up, down, left, right from one another in the realm, are considered to be a combined body of water. So if I played this, and let's say we had, pretend these are all water sites. So if these 4 sites were all next to each other, and they were all water sites, all 4 of these would be considered a body of water. So if I played this, and let's say there were a whole bunch of 1/1s over here, I could deal 1 damage. By playing this, I could deal 1 damage to all the minions on this site over here. That's kind of interesting. Alrighty, let's put these commons away here. The cemetery rats. Second wind. Yep. Flame strike. That flare. Man, that thing just looks cool. And Gift of the Serpent. Trial by water. Baptize. And overflow. Okay. Oop, and Stinging Kelp. Can't forget the Stinging Kelp. Very important. Oh, come on. Hey, Frozen Horror. An exceptional undead chills thought and few. So it's stealth. Okay, so stealth, if you remember earlier, we saw these stealth tokens. Creatures with stealth, when you play them, they get a stealth token. While they have the stealth token, they cannot be attacked or be the target of spells and abilities and the like. But once a stealth creature attacks another creature, it loses that stealth token and then can be attacked as normal. Break stealth, so that's new. So the trigger break stealth, that's something brand new to this set. Normally, all the previous sets, any card with stealth, when you broke stealth, nothing happened. But now, let's see, disable other nearby minions until your next turn. Okay, so the word, when I was looking at Burrow and thinking about incapacitated, the word was disabled. A minion that is disabled cannot move, take actions, engage in combat, etc., etc. But so the Frozen Horror moves around stealthily, it attacks, which breaks its stealth, and then will disable other nearby minions. Okay, so it's everything, yours and the opponent's. So when the Frozen Horror attacks and breaks stealth, everything in a 3x3 area is just unable to move or do anything. See here? Troll Morlocks. Exceptional giants at home in the dark. Okay. So 3 mana for a 3/3 that has burrowing and Void Walk. Okay, so we have a slightly less powerful version of Shoggoth, but instead of the Submerge, it burrows. Oh boy. Hamasine Mummy? I think that's how you do that. An exceptional undead erupts from the dunes. So 3 mana for a 3/3, 1 fire threshold. A lot of very low threshold cards in this set so far. I think the largest threshold requirement we've seen was 2 of different types on the Invigorate spell over here. Okay, interesting. But so it is burrowing, and whenever this unburrows, interesting. They made the break stealth as a new trigger. I'm surprised they didn't do like unburrow or unsubmerge isn't a word, is it? Whatever the version for coming up from being submerged would be. I'm surprised they didn't make that also a keyword. You may trigger the genesis of a nearby desert. So deserts are fire threshold sites from previous sets. There may be some in this one, but we haven't seen one yet. When deserts come into play, they have a genesis ability of dealing 1 damage to, is it 1 damage to all nearby minions or a nearby minion? It deals damage to nearby minions. So when you unburrow a Hamasine Mummy, you can re-trigger the Genesis damage abilities. So, okay. And then we have Hyper Parasite. Another elite. 4 mana for a 4/4 water creature, an elite monster, and Chitinous Coffin. Can pick up a single minion, disabling them, but can't move while carrying them. So Hyper Parasite can move onto the site that has another minion, pick up that minion, and then that minion is disabled. They can't do anything. I don't know. For a 4/4, but can't move while carrying them. Yeah, the fact that it kind of gets stuck in place, so it's not able to like run and hide to keep the minion from being saved. I mean, the ability to just completely shut down an opponent's minion is always fun, but I don't know exactly how useful that would be. Okay. Then we're back into some ordinaries. The Plague Rat, 1/1 lethal. I have a feeling we're probably going to see a lot of lethals now, which I do like. There were very few cards in the previous 2 sets that had lethal, so I'm pretty happy to see that. An Ordinary Beast of Bubonic Bile. God, the guys at Eric's Curioso really love their alliteration. Slimy Mutants. 4/4 for 5 mana. Ordinary monsters with far too many teeth. Okay, so another Submerge. And for 3 mana, transform an ally with Submerge into slimy mutants from your hand. So you can take any other minion with Submerge and then turn it into another slimy mutant, essentially playing it directly from your hands. Okay. Kind of an interesting way to get out a 4/4, but in particular, maybe you have like a 1/1 Submerge with a better side ability. You get your use out of the ability and then transform it up into a 4/4, you know, getting essentially a 5 mana creature for nothing. It's not atrocious. 10-ton Slug. 7 mana for a 7/7. All right. No hope subsists neath this ordinary monster. An ordinary 7/7. That may be the biggest ordinary creature released. 10-ton slug. Okay, Hellhounds. We saw that in the box topper. Desecrator Kite. Another 1 mana 1/1. An ordinary monster of frightening flight. So it's airborne, so it's a flyer, and at the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to this site. Oh, so it hits sites even if it doesn't attack them. I mean, that's one way to just continuously pile damage onto the enemy. Interesting. Entombed. An ordinary undead trapped beneath. So it's a 3/3 for 2 mana, burrowing, and it must be cast burrowed. Okay, so you can't cast it to the surface. You have to cast it burrowed, and then if you want it on the surface to deal with probably the majority of minions, you do have to move it up there. Okay. Ooh. An ordinary relic. We don't get a lot of these. Makeshift barricade. An ordinary monument for the chicken-hearted. If 1 or more allies here would take damage, prevent it. Okay. If the damage was 3 or more, the barricade breaks. Okay, so it's a way of shutting down like small damage. Huh. Displace. Ordinary magic where you least expect it. Teleport target minion, artifact, or aura 1 diagonal step. Interesting. Teleport target minion, artifact, or aura 1 diagonal step for 2 mana. Artifact or aura. That seems like it has a lot of potential applications. I'd have to think about it. Ravenous Werewolf. Oh, that's another cool one. So 5 mana for a 3/3. This thing's ability better be pretty good. An ordinary monster pounces upon its prey. Again with the alliteration. Charge and movement +1. Okay, so I mean, you play it, it can move the first turn it comes in, and it moves quick. Fair. And then, Den of Evil. An ordinary site with foul creatures about. Genesis. This turn, the next evil cast to this site costs 1 mana less. Ignoring Threshold. Ooh. That's nasty. That's really nasty. Yeah, pretty much any card that lets you bypass Threshold, although it is only evils. I don't think we've... An elite monster... I don't think we've seen an actual evil yet. I still don't know exactly what determines evil. Was that on the original rule card and I was just too stupid to read it? Hold on a sec. Okay. Ward and evil. If a warded site or unit would be damaged, destroyed, or targeted by opponent's spell or special ability, the ward breaks instead. A unit or site can't have multiple wards, and evil minions, which are demons, monsters, and undead. Okay, so anything with demon, monster, or undead in its description is evil. So, Khamasine money, exceptional undead, evil. Gotcha. We're learning. I'll figure it out eventually. But okay, the next evil. So all demons, undead, and beasts? What was the third one? Was it beasts or monsters? This does actually matter. Demon, monster, and undead. Okay. So actually, Ravenous Werewolf, an ordinary monster. What counts as evil? Fascinating. Hellhounds are ordinary demons. The 10-ton slug is a monster, so that's evil. How can the 10-ton slug be evil? Look at this thing. Does that look evil to you? Well, anyway. Pretty sure this is the artwork I used for the thumbnail on this one. And Holy Warrior. Okay. An ordinary mortal. That is not what that says. Oh, okay. That's because it wasn't in focus. Fueled by faith. 2 mana for a 2/2 with, okay, starts off with Ward. Okay, all right. Some very interesting cards already coming out of this set. Let's see here. Desecrator Kite. And Display. There. My 10-ton slug. And the slimy mutants next to Shoggoth here. Go ahead and take those. And then Den of Evil. Oh, Den of Evil's an air site. Okay, interesting. Hellhounds. Wow. I don't recall how many packs we're in, but I can tell you from putting the commons away, we have literally yet to repeat a single common. There's a lot of variation in this set. Nomal? No, I don't know. Something monitor. An exceptional monster soars alien seas. Okay, another Submerge and Voidwalk. I'm so happy to see that they're starting to use the keywords more. This was something that was really missing from Arthurian Legends. Okay, a 3/3 Submerge Voidwalk. Here are my water monsters. Oh, pile of skulls, hell yeah. 5 mana, an exceptional monument to ritual sacrifice. Once on your turn, you may banish a card from a cemetery to summon a skeleton token here. Banish a card from a cemetery, so it doesn't even have to be a minion. And it says banish a card from a cemetery. So it doesn't have to be yours. So basically, you can turn used and dead cards into 1/1 skeletons for free. And you can just empty your opponent's graveyard. That's okay. Ooh, what is this? Peculiar Port. An exceptional sight of curious occurrences. That art is fascinating. So it's a water site, okay, and it's a Genesis with 2 water thresholds. So if you already have 2 threshold, you may cast a Horrible Hybrids from your collection to this site. Horrible Hybrids was the one from the box topper. Okay, so that's like the 3/3. So it's like the Penitent Knight. Okay, so I assume every element is going to have one of these that summons that base 3/3 out of your collection directly onto the battlefield if you already have the threshold to do it. Okay. Oh, so it's the water version of the Forlorn Keep. The Forlorn Keep is the Penitent Knight. These are the Horrible Hybrids. Going to keep a lookout for the other 2 here. Oh! Unique Mortal. Okay, so this is our first unique. Jack the Ripper. God. A unique mortal of monstrous mind. So he's a 2/2 for 3, has stealth, and may be cast to any mortal, silencing, then killing them without breaking stealth. So he's a free kill. Well, to any mortal. Okay. So the creature type mortal, of which in the first, Alpha, Beta, and Arthurian Legends, there were a lot of mortals. And this guy for 3 mana comes onto the board with stealth, can just kill one, and gets to maintain stealth to do it again. Oh, that's cool. I can't believe they put Jack the Ripper in the game. You get to go up there. Here in the special slot. All right. Virgin in Prayer. An ordinary mortal of surpassing grace. So it's a 1/1 for 2, and Genesis, so when pulled in, ward an allied minion. Okay. Yeah, I think they use this art in some of the promotional material. I really like this picture. Gift of the Frog. Ordinary magic and amphibian friend. Summon a frog token to an allied minion, draw a spell. Hey, you get a free 1/1 token with Submerge for 2 mana, and you get to draw a card. I've heard of worse. Ice Shards. A frozen fusillade of ordinary magic. For 3 mana, so shoot 3 projectiles. So projectiles is another one of those words. When you pick a minion as your spellcaster, when shooting a projectile from the chosen spellcaster, you pick a cardinal direction, so left, right, up, down, and then it will shoot the projectiles all basically the length of the realm until it either hits the edge or there's a minion target, well, usually a minion target in the chosen direction. So shoot 3 projectiles, 1 at a time. Each deals 1 damage, but melts before the 3rd step. Okay, so you shoot a projectile, which if there's a minion in the chosen direction, it will deal 1 damage to that minion. But because these are ice shards, they can only go 3 steps out before the shard melts. So if the minion is too far away, the projectiles won't make it far enough. Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay, there is our first repeated common. There's the Dreadwing. Penitent Knight. Okay, we're starting to see there. We'll speed up as we stop seeing new ordinaries. I just want to check out all the cards. So Night Watchman. Let's see here. It's a 3/3 for 3. Ordinary mortals walk the graveyard shift. And on Genesis, it's a ward. Interesting. Oh, but you're warding the site. Okay, so it's not quite the same as Virgin in Prayer. Ooh, okay, we have a new desert. The Vast Desert, an ordinary site of desolation. And Genesis, deal 1 damage to each minion atop target nearby site. Oh, okay, so that's how deserts work. You pick 1 nearby site and you deal 1 damage to everything at that site. Profane Revenant, an ordinary spirit bound by blasphemy. A 3/3 for 1 mana. What is this? Has 0 power unless adjacent to an evil ally. Okay. Yeah, it is a spirit, so actually it itself is not evil. It needs a friend. Keep those together. Carrion Beetles. That's cool. All right, well, 1/1 for 1. Another Earth card. Ordinary beasts feast on the dead. So they're burrowing, and on Genesis, banish 3 cards from 1 cemetery. Yep, okay, so yeah, we're seeing already lots of cards that are either putting cards in the cemetery or removing them from the cemetery. Vandal Imp. An ordinary demon flees the scene. No, he's knocking over the beer. You can't do that. 2 mana for a 1/1, and on Genesis, destroy a random artifact. I wonder what the official ruling is for how you determine a random artifact. That's a question. And freeze. Ordinary magic of inhibiting ice. So for 1 mana, disable target nearby minion until your next turn. Okay. Basic, but gets the job done. Let's see. Penitent Knight, Night Watchman, and the Virgin in Prayer. Cards, and Gift of the Frog. Okay, so I'm looking at the array of commons I've got on the table here behind me. So far, a lot of spells for water and a lot of creatures for fire and air, and Earth kind of has a... No, Earth is mostly creatures. Profane Revenant, Vandal Imp, and then a Desert. You know, I love Sorcery, but some of these packs are a real pain to open. Okay, oh, found the Town Priest. So that's a Exceptional Mortal of Righteous Rebuke. 1 mana for 1. And on Genesis, return target adjacent evil minion to its owner's hand. All right, so you can bounce one of the evils. Mandrake Jars, an exceptional relic of botanical boon. Bearer has +1 power and is an earth spellcaster. So this is a little bit rare. This has been seen only on a couple of cards. But sometimes you will see the spellcaster keyword mixed with one of the elements. And as probably you would figure out, if they are an earth spellcaster, they can only cast earth spells. But so you can give this to one of your minions. They become a little bit more powerful and can cast earth spells. Okay. Monster Morphosis. This is only an exceptional. My god, the art in this game is cool. Exceptional magic of Vile Evolution. Disable target nearby minion until your next turn. Okay. At the start of that turn, you may transform it into a monster from your hand or a horrible hybrids from your collection. So hold on. Target nearby minion. So you can pick any minion, your own or an opponent's. It becomes disabled until the next turn. And then at the start of your next turn, you can transform it into a monster. Monster is actually a keyword, remember? So, that was off screen. Monster is actually a keyword minion type. Or you can turn it into a horrible hybrids, which was that 3/3 in the box topper. That's really interesting. What is this? Okay, an elite magic. I know this is a play on Maelstrom, but I have no idea how to pronounce that if it starts with an SJ. Saelstrom? Saelstrom? I'm just going to say Saelstrom. 3 mana, elite magic. Banish all nearby spirits and auras. Draw a spell for each. I mean, it's highly situational, but man, in the right situation, that is a very powerful card. Okay. Ooh, some new commons. Let's see here. Foul Bones. An ordinary undead born on unseen winds. So it's a 1/1 for 1 airborne. And you can pay 1 and sacrifice a skeleton token. Okay, finally something that builds on all those skeleton tokens. Summon foul bones from your cemetery there. So you're sacrifice a skeleton token, summon foul bones from your cemetery there. So are you activating a creature ability from the cemetery? That's kind of how it reads. Huh. Bone Spear. Ordinary magic of concentrated calcium. Sacrifice an undead. Not like there's too few of those in this set. To shoot a projectile from its location that deals 3 damage. 1 mana and throw away. I mean, presumably you could use a skeleton token and just turn it into a 3 damage projectile. Ghost Fire. Ordinary magic of persistent spite. Shoot a projectile that deals 1 damage. You may cast this spell from your cemetery, banishing... Okay, so this is the fire version of the banish spell from casting from the cemetery. This one just does a damage. Wild Fanatic. An ordinary mortal jumps to conclusions. What do you think he's jumping to? I'm not so sure I would call it a conclusion, but okay. 2/2 for 2 with charge, so attacks the turn it comes into the realm. Okay, another horrible hybrids. Buried Alive. Ordinary magic consigns to the earth. May be cast by any ally. Okay, so you can... This one is usable by anyone, as long as they're one of your cards or by your allied player's cards, I guess. Burrow target adjacent minion. Okay, so this is kind of like that Trial by Water card. Have an earth version of it. Lure. Okay. Ordinary magic compels curiosity. An ally tempts an enemy minion at a nearby site into taking a step closer. Okay, so you can pull enemy minions towards you. At a nearby site. Okay, so you can also hit diagonals and get them. So most minions can only move again in the cardinal directions. You can't move in the diagonal, but you are able to actually, with lore, affect creatures on the diagonal by the nearby, so that would get them to move probably to one of the 2 spaces that would be in a cardinal direction from where you would have possibly your own minion. Grief Larva. Okay. Ordinary monsters begotten from rot. 1/1 for 1, burrowing, and at the end of your turn, deal 1 damage to this site. Okay, so this is like the underground version of the air creature that we saw earlier. What was that one? Hold on, what was it? Got it here behind me. The Desecrator Kites. They were air element and flew, but had that at the end of your turn deal 1 damage to this site. So this is the underground version of it. Silent Hills! That game got canceled. Not even a whisper at this ordinary site. So this is a Earth site, and on Genesis, until your next turn, minions are silenced while atop nearby sites. Okay, so you shut down creature abilities, at least for a turn. Oh boy. Sarava? I think that's Sarava. That's how I would say it. Sarava Townsfolk. Ordinary mortals dream of kinder shores. Just a 2/2 for 1. Oh, it's technically a bears. 2/2 for 1 plus the threshold. I know threshold doesn't work quite the same, but it's the same concept. And Mesmer Demon. Okay. An ordinary demon. An ordinary demon. Look deep into its eyes. 3/3 for 3. And Genesis, tap target adjacent enemy minion and make it step closer. Oh, and this one is adjacent. So we saw the lure spell, which could draw nearby, so it hit the diagonals. This will only affect adjacent, so 4 cardinal directions, and make it move probably onto the same site as the Mesmer Demon. But that gives you a level of control over where enemy minions are placed. Very interesting. Oh, but this is a water. I missed that. I thought this would be an air. Usually that's an air type ability. Okay. Let's see. Put away the foul bones. And then we have Bone Spear. My Grief Larva. W, the Wild Fanatic. And then Ghostfire. A Mesmer Demon. Ooh, I'm putting them in the wrong place. Raw Townsfolk. Lure. And then the horrible hybrids. Buried Alive. Silent Hills. Ooh. Kiss of Death. Exceptional magic of parting affection. May be cast by spirits and undead. Okay, so addition to your normal spellcasters. And just kill target minion here. So yeah, the minion you're targeting has to be on the same space as the caster. But, okay. Yeah, I'm just going to put these on top of one another. I'll sort those out a little bit later. Heretics of Seth. We've got a 3-mana 3/3. Exceptional Mortals. Subvert the Holy Order. Genesis, steal a nearby ward. Ooh, that would probably piss some people off. Just summon this down, remove the ward off of either... Let's see, does it specify? No, it just says steal a nearby ward. So you could take it from either a site or a minion. And then open it up for attack. Toolbox. Okay, another relic. 2 mana. A relic offers exceptionally simple solutions. Sacrifice. Bearer may cast an ordinary spell from your collection. Oh, that's kind of fascinating. May cast. I'm assuming, well, may cast. Does that mean without paying the mana cost? I think it does. So, I mean, you can stack your collection, essentially your sideboard, with a whole bunch of... Now, they have to be ordinaries, so you're not getting any of, like, the super big, powerful spells. But, I mean, basically, you can just give this relic to... And it says bearer, so you don't have to give it to an actual spellcaster either. You just give the relic to any minion, sacrifice it, and you get a free common spell as long as it's in your collection. All right. Ooh, oh great. Second unique. Aino. I think that's A-I-N-O? Aino? I think that's how you pronounce that. A unique mortal, the last one alive. At the end of your turn, Aino may take a step between the top and bottom edges of the realm to gain stealth. Ooh. And a 3/3 for 3. That's really interesting. So the realm is normally, again, 4x5 square. It doesn't wrap around normally. So like if you're on the far left edge, you can't take a step to the left and pop out on the right. Same thing with bottom to top. You can't move down from like the row of the realm closest to you and pop out on the edge by your opponent. This card can. Basically at the end of your turn, you can move her freely between the top and bottom. So from the back to the front rows, the extremes facing you and your opponent, and she gains stealth when she does it. Whew. That's interesting. There's only been a couple of cards that have the ability to move between the top and bottom of the realm. So that's interesting to see. We're going to go right. All right. We're still seeing new commons. Snallygaster. I think that's Snallygaster. An ordinary spirit of spectral speed. 3/3 for 3 and movement +1. So, yep, it's quick. Detonate. What is this art? I love it. 1 mana, ordinary magic of spontaneous combustion. Destroy a minion or artifact you own or control. It explodes, dealing 3 damage to each unit at its location. So you can just blow up something and deal a bunch of damage for 1 mana. Fire Element seems like they got a bunch of these cards. Revered Revenant. Okay. 1 mana 3/3. Oh, this is, okay, has 0 power unless adjacent to an allied ward. This is going to be the Earth version of, what was that? I think Fire Minion? Yeah, it was a Fire Minion that was a 3/3 for 1, but had no power unless it was next to or nearby an evil minion. But so it has to be adjacent to an allied ward, which is interesting because, again, wards can be on other minions or sites. So, I mean, like, if the site the Revenant is on has ward, that's enough. Honestly, I think this one's probably easier to fulfill than the evil minion one. This is way easier to do. Survivors of Sarava. Ordinary mortals wander the frozen wastes. Another 2/2 for 2. At the end of your turn, if no enemies are nearby, they gain stealth. Okay. Yeah, so normally a lot of creatures that have the stealth keyword, they start with stealth, but then they do their attack, lose stealth, and they have no way of regaining it. It seems like they're starting to add in more cards that have abilities to regain that stealth token after they do their initial attack, but usually with tougher and tougher restrictions. Zombie Horde. 5/5 for 5. A blundering blanket of ordinary undead. Can't move to defend. Okay. Wonder. Well, it seems like with the skeleton tokens, because these also, I think, can't move. Yes, they can't move to defend. The undead are just terrible at taking the hit. Bound Spirit. An ordinary spirit tied to its master. 4/4 for 4, okay. Disabled unless adjacent to a spellcaster. All right. I mean, I guess you could just have it hover around the avatar. Or does that actually require... I think that would work if you hover around the avatar. I don't think that requires a minion with the spellcaster keyword. Search Party. 3/3 for 3. Ordinary mortals leave none behind. Has +1 power for each search party in your cemetery. I'm not sure I'm thematically clear on how that one's supposed to work. +1 power for each search party in your cemetery. I would think that a search party would have +1 power for each search party in play. I don't know why they would be gaining power from having dead search parties. Still, cool. Novice Necromancer. Hey, everybody's got to start somewhere. An ordinary mortal makes his first friend. Aw. 1/1 for 2. He's a spellcaster. And on Genesis, you can summon a skeleton token. Okay. Smite. Ordinary magic to cleanse the unclean. Let's see, 4 mana, can be cast by any ally. Okay, another one that doesn't require an actual spellcaster. Strike, target adjacent enemy. Okay, if it's evil, banish it. Ooh, okay. So you can either get a free hit. So when it says strike, that's again, it's supposed to combat. In combat, if 2 cards are in combat, they both hit each other. When you strike, let's say if I said Ano uses Smite to strike Jack the Ripper here, Ano would deal 3 damage to Jack the Ripper and would take nothing. Unless, of course, it's evil. Let's see. No, he's immortal. So unfortunately, Jack the Ripper is not evil. Sorcery says so. Banish it instead. Flaming Skull. Alright, an ordinary undead cackles and casts. 2/2 for 2, and it's an airborne fire spellcaster. Okay. Oh, and Trial by Fire. I assume this is something to do, or a fire element version of Trial by Water. Let's see, ordinary magic to root out sorcery. Burn the witch. May be cast by any ally. Deal 3 damage to target nearby minion. Okay, so it's kind of a lightning bolt. So for 3 mana. Man, still seeing primarily new cards out here. Even in the commons. I'm actually running out of space on my secondary table already. Trial by Fire, my Flaming Skull. And Detonate. Might. Search Party, my Zombie Horde, and Revered Revenant. Oh, almost forgot about that. Survivors. Oh, one of the new avatars. All right, so this is the first one. Supposedly there's a whole set of new avatars with Gothic. This is the first one we're seeing, which is the Harbinger. So you can see he starts 20 life. He is only a 1/1 in terms of like dealing with combat with other minions. But your avatar has triple access to success. So tap, play, or draw a site. So naturally, when playing a site, you have to tap your avatar to actually play a site into the realm every single turn. You don't just get to put one down for free. But let's see here. On setup, determine 3 random squares. I would love to know how the rules say to determine randomness like this, but let's see. Once on your turn, You can cast a minion to one of them for 1 mana less. Okay. So, on setup, so when you're basically preparing to play the game, out of the 20 squares that form the realm, you pick 3 of them randomly, somehow or other. And then, once on your turn, is that every turn? Or only on your first turn? There's no way it's only the first turn. That would be like the worst ability to ever exist. That's got to be like once per turn, you can cast a minion to one of those 3 random squares, and it saves you a mana from casting it. All right. That's the first. Hopefully we'll see more of those. So, Bitter Departed. An exceptional undead fights its bane. So it's another 2/2 for 2. And on Genesis, if an ally died last turn, so any minion, this card may teleport to the killer and strike it. So you get a free hit on an enemy minion that killed one of yours last turn. But only when you play it. Okay. Ooh, Death Knight. Heck yeah. Look at that. An exceptional commander of the undead. So it's a... What is this? 4 mana, 3/3. And other nearby undead allies have +1 power. It's a Goblin King. It's like the Zombie Master. Except it doesn't give them Regenerate, because Regenerate's not an ability in Sorcery. And that's an exceptional, which means you can have 3 of these in the deck. Yeah, so the rarity demarcation on cards, one tells you what its rarity is in terms of the print run, but also actually determines the number of copies of the card you can have in the deck. So ordinary cards, you can have a full 4 copies in your spellbook. Exceptional, you can only have 3. Elites is 2. Uniques, as the name would kind of suggest, you can only have 1 copy. But so you could have 3 of these suckers. All right. And, okay, we have an elite site, Elder Ruins. An elite site beneath Mountains of Madness. So it's a water site. Okay, yeah, makes sense. You got your Cthulhu reference in there. Sacrifice a minion here. And you can... Good lord, the small text on the sites, I just cannot get the focus right. So sacrifice a minion here. Cast a Shoggoth submerged here from your collection. Shoggoth was like that 5/5 thing, right? Yeah, it is. 5/5 submerged Voidwalk. So, and that's not a Genesis ability. That's any time. You play this, you just get a minion on top of these ruins, and at any time, you can sacrifice that minion to pull out a 5/5 submerged Voidwalk. Oh. That's fascinating. I'm going to put you right there. Still new ordinaries. Angry Mob. Ordinary mortals roused into rabble. So it's a 3/3 for 4. Genesis, kill target adjacent, unique, or elite minion. That's interesting. And that would be so annoying. God, you throw down, you have a 3/3, and you automatically take out like one of the uniques, probably among your opponent's better minion cards. God, I'm going to play 4 of those. Barrel White. An ordinary undead claws its way back. So another 2/2 for 2, Burrow. 2 mana, sacrifice a skeleton token. Summon this minion from your cemetery. Okay, so this is another one like that, the Flying Fowl, or what was it? Foul Bones. Where you can sacrifice skeleton tokens to pull out slightly better creatures. Okay. I do like that they're continuing to put in abilities and things to continue actually using the things that or the new ideas that they're putting into the game. Muddy Pigs! Ordinary beasts bound for the table. 2/2 for 2, and Deathrite, so when it dies, you gain 3 life. Simple, straightforward. Martyrs of Tomorrow. Ordinary mortals stay true unto death. So it's a 2/2 for 3, but on the Deathrite, ward an allied minion. Okay. Static Servant. An ordinary monster of jolts and volts. Another 2/2 for 2, but on Genesis, each other unit here takes 1 damage. Okay, that's both yours and enemies, but so you get a 2/2 and you do a quick damage to each other unit here, to all other minions on the same site where you summon it. Pith Imp. An ordinary demon loose in the library. 1/1 for 2. Airborne, so it flies. And Genesis steals a random spell from your opponent's hand until it leaves the realm. So you just take a random card out of your opponent's hand. That's annoying as hell. That's another one I should play 4 of. Let's see. Moss Troll. An ordinary giant rock, right? So 3/3 for 3. That starts with stealth, but if it moves, it loses stealth. All right. Is what it is. There it is. We found it. Screamer. An ordinary undead breaks the silence. Another 3/3 for 3. And on Genesis, tap target adjacent enemy minion and make it take a step away. Okay. So we've seen a bunch of cards that do pulling enemy minions in, but this one actually pushes them away. Very interesting. Okay. Gift of the Raven. Gossamer Ghost. An ordinary spirit is barely there. Another 2/2 for 2. Has stealth and cannot be immobilized or disabled. Huh. I don't know if there's really so many cards that do immobilized or disabled. I mean, they're out there, but there are not that many of them. Okay. And then we have a Hillside Chapel. An ordinary sight beneath a watchful sky. So this is an earth site. And on Genesis, you may pay 1 to tap and ward a nearby allied minion. Okay, so for 1 mana, you can throw wards on minions. Not bad. Not bad at all. Ooh, yep, I am already out of space on the table. That's a huge problem. Was not expecting this much variety amongst the commons. Okay, we're gonna have to see what I can do about cheating here. Get some more space. Barrel White. Let's see. Moss Troll, then Muddy Pigs. Oh, dear Lord. Hmm. Do I have another table I could steal from someone? Nope, okay, we're expanding onto the box. All right, we'll take the magic spells and move them down there, which hopefully will buy me enough space. Keep going. Okay. And then Gossamer Ghost. Oh, I really hope that works. Goes over. All right. The problems of trying to maintain a card collection in some semblance of order. There's just never enough table space. Okay. Order of the Sacred Oak. Exceptional mortals, guardians of nature. 3/3 for 3. They have ward, so gaining that extra hit when they immediately come in. Nearby sites can't be destroyed by your opponent. Okay, so a little protection for your sites. Deep Sea. An exceptional site of abyssal brine. So this is another one of these double of the same threshold. No ability, just 2 water threshold off 1 card. Okay. So I, again, assume that there will probably be... Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and migrate some of these over here to try and get a little bit better use of space. Zeppelin of Zealots. All right. Exceptional mortals held aloft by faith. You know what? I read that and immediately thought this was going to be a card about goblins. Should have known better. But 4/4 for 5. So they have ward, and they are airborne while warded. I wonder what about the ward makes the Zeppelin work. Ooh! Another unique. Archangel Gabriel. 4 air threshold, a unique angel and divine messenger. So 4/4 for 5, but has airborne, ward, and on Genesis, choose another allied minion. They draw a spell which only they can cast. That is fascinating. Huh. So you get a... That's a ton of air threshold to be able to play this card. 4/4 flying, and it has the ward, which basically buys it 2 hits from anything, even if it would deal lethal. And on Genesis, Choose another allied minion. They draw a spell which only they can cast. I mean, I guess it is essentially free card draw. But that's a very interesting ability. There's got to be something that makes possible, but I need to look at all the cards and think about it. Still new comments. All right, we got some sewer rats. Ordinary beasts emerge underfoot. 1/1 for 1. They can be cast to any site. Okay, so free ability to put them wherever. Burrowing and submerge. Okay, not a lot of cards have both burrowing and submerge. So I think this may be the second card that has both. Maybe the third? Yeah, because Hounds of Onderos had like every single movement ability. Torch and Pitchfork. Okay. 4 mana for a Pitchfork? Well, I guess the Torch might be expensive. Ordinary weapon for common folk. Ordinary bearer. It has to be picked up by a common. As nearby ordinary allies have +1 power. Really? So it's an artifact that has to be picked up by a common minion. And as long as it's carrying this, all cards in a 3x3 square centered on it that are also commons gain +1 power. That seems highly abusable. You put in 4 of these on a whole bunch of commons. Ooh, Autumn Bloom. Okay, so this is a Earth site, but on the turn it's played, it generates all 4 types of threshold. So this is another one. That was another one of the commons. Which was the one that had it? Oh, that was okay. So that was the Desert Bloom was the other one. That was the fire one. So it looks like maybe there's a bloom for each element. We'll see. Granary rats. Ordinary beasts gorge on your supplies. 1/1 for 1. This site doesn't provide threshold. That's... ooh. Weathered Trunks. Ordinary spirits answer nature's cry. 4/4 for 4. And must be cast to an allied site occupied by an enemy. So you can only put it on a site you control that has an opponent's minion on it. Oh, all right. I'm surprised this is a water element card and not an earth element card, honestly. But interesting. Vampire Bats. Good to know they finally got in the obligatory Magic the Gathering reference in there. Let's see, 2/2 for 2. Ordinary beasts stir from their grotto. So they're flyers, and Vampire Bats strike damage against units, heals you. Okay, so if you try to strike the enemy avatar, or if you attack the enemy sites to deal damage to their avatar, that does not heal you. It's only attacking enemy minions, I think, against units. I don't think units keyword covers avatars. Okay, there's another Shogoth. Ooh, a Cursed Tower. An ordinary site of grim design. This is an air threshold. And on Genesis, break nearby wards. Whew. All right, so air has a way to just drop a site and shut down wards. Okay. See, drowned. Okay. Ordinary undead, take the plunge. Okay, so this is the, what What was the one that was burrow and had to be cast burrowed? I think that was that a fire or was that an earth? Oh, the entombed. It was an earth one. Burrowing and must be cast burrowed. So this is a water version of that card. But a submerged undead. Okay. It's a 3/3 for 2, though. Enraged familiar. It does not look happy. An ordinary demon loves its master. So it's a 2/2 for 3. And has +2 power if you've lost life this turn. Wait, this turn. You have to lose life on your own turn. I think that's how that reads. I mean, there are enough cards that have like life pay as alternative to get cards out. I think a few of the exceptionals had that. So that's probably not the hardest thing to do. And raise militia. Ordinary magic of conscripted remains. Summon a skeleton token to each allied site that borders an enemy site. Okay, so there was a similar Earth element card to this in, I think, Beta. Only instead of skeleton tokens, it was foot soldier tokens. But now Air has it, which is kind of interesting. Okay. Put away some commons here. Earth. Okay. Found another Shoggoth, and then the weathered trunks. Okay. And then raise militia. Alrighty. Good lord, we're not even a third of the way through the first box. This has already been a fascinating collection. I'm really digging this new set, and we've barely even started. Come on. I believe in you. You can open. There we go. Bone Jumble. An exceptional undead hastily cobbled. Okay, so it's a 1/1 for 1. It's got charge, so it's able to move and attack first turn. And okay, so another one with the sacrifice skeleton tokens to summon cards out of the graveyard or cemetery. For a 1/1 charge, I mean, the skeleton tokens are already 1/1s. They can't block, but I don't know how much having a charge 1/1 is really that much better. Maybe something you can do with it. Let's see. Fields of Fixes? Fixes. I don't know. An exceptional site of smothering serenity. The site directly in front is silenced. Okay, so if you play, again, in the large grid, the site directly in front of it from the player's perspective who played the fields, that site loses its ability. One of these days I may learn how to speak English properly. Today is not that day. But okay, so you can shut down an enemy site while gaining some air threshold. Okay, I guess we're going to put that there. Trying to track the different series of cards abilities here. Gravedigger. There we go. An exceptionally down-to-earth mortal. 2/2 for 2. On Genesis, burrow target adjacent undead. Fascinating. I mean, it would, I suppose, help protect things from surface attacks, but we've only seen one card that even does a surface attack so far, so not sure how useful that is. Ooh, Release the Hounds. Elite magic lets go of the leash. 7 mana. Summon 2 hellhounds from your collection to your avatar's location. They gain charge. So well, the hounds themselves only cost 3. But you are pulling them directly out of your collection, which means you don't use up space in the deck. And you get them on the same turn, and they can both attack and move on the turn you put them in. Okay. Not my favorite card, but definitely something you could make work. One-shot wizard. An ordinary mortal with a trick up his sleeve. 1/1 for 1. And on Genesis, so when he comes into play, shoot a projectile that deals 1 damage or gain spellcaster this turn. He is a temporary spellcaster, or you can shoot a single projectile. Well, for 1 mana. Okay. Blessed Village, an ordinary site of pastoral providence. So it's an earth site that just has ward. Okay, so just pretty village, can't attack it. Okay, we have a Broomstick Witch, Noisome Twosome, Willing Tribute, Blessed Well, Flash. Okay, now we're starting to see repeats of the cards. Wiccan Tools. This is a new one, though. Ordinary relics of pagan practice. Sacrifice Wiccan Tools, draw a spell. This turn, bearer becomes a spellcaster, and their spells require no threshold. Okay. That's rather interesting. I mean, the sacrifice to draw a spell for 2 is always going to be pretty solid. But also, whoever held Wiccan Tools for that turn becomes a spellcaster, and they can do everything independent of how much threshold you have on the board. That's interesting. Okay, Singing Kelp, Instigator Imp, my bad. An ordinary demon loves a good fight. 1/1 for 2. So it seems like all the elements get a demon of some sort. That's a 1/1 for 2. And on Genesis, make 2 enemy minions at target nearby location fight each other. Oh, that's funny. That's another card I want to play like 8 of. And then Forsaken. Okay. And we have more Stinging Kelp, a Blessed Well, and a Blessed Village. Oh boy. And my Instigator Imp. All right. Thumbscrew. An exceptional device. Inching Inducement. Okay, I had to take a second to process those two words. So for 2 mana, whenever a nearby avatar casts a spell, they lose life equal to the number of spells they've cast this turn. So that it does include your own avatar, but presumably you would try to keep it away from your own. But so for each spell they cast in a turn, it just costs them more and more health. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Exhume. Exceptional magic disturbs Death's Claim. Unburrow everything at target land site and summon 2 skeleton tokens there. Huh. Some interesting potential there. Not sure how much I'm feeling the number of cards that are kind of forcing both burrow and submerge or forcing unburrow and unsubmerge. It's interesting, but I'm not seeing so far a lot of interplay with other cards from that. I don't know what that's really going to gain you by doing it. So we've got Feign Death. Exceptional magic avoids unwanted attention. Trigger an allied minion's death right. It gains stealth, draw a spell. So you get the free death right ability, you give a creature stealth, and you get to draw a card for 3. Huh? Okay, we have an elite relic. Blightstone. So for 3 mana, this site is disabled. Okay, so that just, you throw it down on a site, and the site don't do nothing anymore. Okay, ooh, okay, new desert. Let's see, a cursed desert. I don't know how well that's going to show up on video. The sun is a pentagram. A cursed desert, an ordinary site seared by sun and sin. On Genesis, break nearby wards. Okay, so fire also has a mass ward removal. Let's see. Ooh. Troubled Town. Generates no threshold. Okay. So this one's more for its ability. Troubled Town, an ordinary site of locked doors and wary hearts. On Genesis, you may cast a townsfolk from your collection to this site. Is that a creature type? Have we seen one of those? Or is that supposed to be a card that I just haven't seen yet? I'm checking all the commons back here, and I'm not seeing a townsfolk. Because usually people fall under the mortals category. Yeah, I think that may be a card we haven't seen yet. Right? A bunch of new sites in this pack. Croaking Swamp, an ordinary site and ribbling ruckus. Ribbiting ruckus. Okay, this is a water site, and on Genesis, you may pay 1 to summon a frog token. Never discount the frog tokens. Right, so we have our crawler, but then immediately into landmass. Ordinary magic breaks new ground. So for 3, draw a site, you may play a land site. Okay, so once again, more site ramping, which was not, there wasn't a lot of in the previous sets, but this, I guess this is a counter to the water one, which was, where is that? Overflow. Draw a site, and you may play a water site. This one allows you to play, well, no, okay, so actually this specifically says you may play a land site. Now, land site is a whole lot more general, because land sites are basically all the sites that are not water sites. So pretty much, this one probably has a much greater applicability. Cemetery Rats, Gift of the Serpent, Murder of Crows, Displace, Lesser Blood Demon, and Noxious Corpse. Okay. And landmass all the way over here. Whoa. We are once again almost running out of space on the table behind me already. Yeah, there really are just 400 new cards in here, aren't there? Don't fall off, Blightstone. That's where you go. Okay. Harrionet. Exceptional magic of Stitch and String. So for 3 mana, summon an undead minion from a cemetery to a nearby location. Okay. Okay, so once again, this just says a cemetery, so I'm assuming this covers both yours and the opponent's, potentially. Mudslide. Look at this art. An exceptional sight of slippery sludge. So it's a water. I'm surprised that's not a cross-water earth for a mudslide. But on Genesis, slide all units at land sites in this column 1 step left or right. So you put it down in the realm, and everything in the same vertical as it. All those sites, if there are any, all units at land sites, any sites in the same column that are land sites, so not water threshold, if they have minions on them, you can push all of them either to the left or right. That's just funny. Right? And then we have Stygian Archers. Exceptional undead with, what is that? Rot-fletched arrows. 3/3 for 3, which is ranged. Okay, so that's the first time we've seen the ranged keyword so far. Doesn't seem like there are any ordinaries with it. Whenever Stygian Archers kills an enemy, summon a skeleton token where it died. So this is a skeleton token fountain, because it can just hit for 3 at ranged, and anytime it manages to get rid of something, boom, new token. Ooh, an elite, and I believe the first aura we've seen. So auras are kind of almost a little bit like enchantments in Magic. You generally place them at the intersection of different sites on the realm, so it'll, like, you put it on a corner and it covers 4 different sites, and then whatever effect that aura has affects all the sites that it covers. So we have Sphere of Animosity, an elite aura of deep, dark desperation. Avatars here can't leave, heal, or be defended. Whoa. So you can just trap all the avatars into basically a 2x2 section of the realm. They can't move out of it. They can't be healed, I'm assuming by any source. And no longer can minions defend them. So every, when you are being attacked, so like if I have, let's say I have my Ino, and then the enemy has an Archangel Gabriel, and I've got my Jack the Ripper down here, a row behind it. If the enemy chooses to move Archangel Gabriel over here and tap to attack Ino, one of the options you have that is kind of unique to sorcery, you can actually pick a unit from a nearby, well, not nearby, adjacent site, move it onto the site, tap it, and defend, and basically go into battle instead of Ino. Now, in this case, I would still lose my Jack the Ripper, but then Archangel Gabriel would be tapped and can't then also attack Ino. So you can use that to save minions you particularly want to save, or you can use that to defend your avatar by keeping minions around. But what that aura does is it actually shuts that down. You can no longer move creatures in to try and defend your avatar if you're like low on life or if they're gunning it for you. That's funny. Okay. Ooh, okay. Still some new ordinaries. Algae Bloom. Okay, so this is the water version of the Bloom card. Normally generates just the one threshold, but on the Genesis, the first turn it comes in, it generates all 4 of the threshold. Okay, here we go. Eltham Townsfolk. So I'm betting this probably qualifies as the Townsfolk card that we, or the Townsfolk keyword that we saw on that other site earlier. So that's just a 2/2 for 1, so it's a bears. Open Grave. Undesirables. This is new. So ordinary demons shunned by all. It's a 5/5 for 6 mana with burrowing. Allies can't enter this site. So even if it's your card, none of your other minions can move onto the same site as this card. It can still be attacked by enemy minions. You just can't move your own on top of it. It's interesting. It probably has some interplay with something. I'm just not seeing it off the top of my head. So the Desert Bloom, which was the fire one. Oh! First, Oil. It's a common, but Oil Broomstick Witch. Very cool. You get to go and live up here. Then a Baptize, Open Mausoleum, Trial by Water, Night Watchman, and Zap. Yep. Undesirable goes there. Take those. Ties. Go by water. And then a lot of, man, 4 sites in that pack. Liam, Desert Bloom, Open Grave. So that was the first, man, we're only a third of the way into one box. Well, again, now that we're starting to see significantly more copies of common cards, so things will probably start moving along quicker. I don't think we've seen a single duplicate exceptional yet. Man. But let's see. Redmane Hyena. An exceptional beast of indiscriminate hunger. 2/2 for 2. And on Genesis, banish up to 3 cards from cemeteries. Okay, so this you can mix and match. If there are any demons, this becomes a demon and gains +2 power permanently. All right, I see it. Let's see. Harpion? Harpy. I mean, going off the art, I'm assuming this is supposed to be some adjective describing version of harpy, but I've never seen harpion? I have no idea. Harpy urge, exceptional magic of shrieking fury. An ally flies to target weaker minion and strikes it upon arrival. Okay. So one of your minions just magically sprouts some wings, flies towards anything weaker than it, and just attacks it. Fair enough. Okay. Cinterfey, or Cinterfee. I think it's Fey because it's supposed to be a fairy. An exceptional fairy, ash in her wake. 2/2 for 2. And on Genesis, target adjacent site is silenced and provides no threshold while she's in the realm. Okay, so you kill the site's abilities and its resource production as long as she's in play. Okay. Ooh. An elite crucifix. An elite relic and quick fix that sticks. Let's see. Genesis. Return each evil minion here to its owner's hand. So if your opponent gets too cocky and puts all of their big minions, evil minions in one place, you can just bounce all of them. And then evil minions can't enter this location. Ooh, still new ordinaries. Gift of the Wolf. Ordinary magic of lupine vigor. Give an allied minion +2 power this turn, and then draw a card. Okay. Sea Witch. An ordinary merfolk wears the sea's favor. 2/2 for 2, spellcaster with submerge. Okay. Fairly standard water card. It's a very interesting braw choice there, but okay. The Spore Spouts. Leadworks. Monks of Kobalsa. Kobalsa? 4/4 for 4. Ordinary mortals need no embellishment. Can't be modified except by wards. So I'm assuming that means you can't give it more power toughness, or probably grant it any abilities. And the Twilight Bloom. Okay, so I think this is the last element's bloom. So this one generates air, but on the turn it comes in and it generates all 4. Another Profane Revenant. Tombed. The Makeshift Barricade. Den of Evil. And just continuing to knock over people's beers. This is not a good imp. Monks need to make more space for some new monks. And then Gift of the Wolf goes all the way over here. Makeshift Barricade and all of those, right? Yikes. And Spore Spouts. Was that not a water? No, Spore Spouts was a air. Okay. Yep, that's all of it. Hot Wheels! Yay! Wonder if mine's a Ferrari. All right, an exceptional undead of hurtling hellfire. 2/2 for 4. Okay, so on Genesis, rolls forward 2 steps, striking another unit at each location it enters. So when you put it in play, it just moves forward through 2 sites, picks a unit at each of them, and just deals 2 damage to each of them. All right, that's funny. Ooh, a clay golem. An exceptional automaton of incipient earth. 3/3 for 4. And on Deathrite, play your top site to an adjacent void or rubble. Okay, so 3/3 creature, and if it dies, you get a free site. A little more, although that's a relic, or an automaton, so the minion artifact. So technically, any element can play this. Okay. Ooh. Forsaken Crypt. An exceptional site. What lurks within? Have an air threshold. Okay, so this is the 2 threshold Genesis for air. You may cast a ghoul from your collection to this site. Okay, so that goes with the Forlorn Keep and the Peculiar Port down here. Or the summon creatures out of your collection. Elite site. Boulevard of Bones. Hell yeah. God, I don't know if it comes through on the picture. Those are not trees. Oh, that is so cool. An elite site and Osseous Avenue. So this is a Earth threshold. Whenever, oh boy, am I ever going to get the tiny text on the sites to focus? Nope, don't think so. Whenever another site is played to an adjacent square, summon a skeleton token there. Okay, so it gets you a bunch of free skeleton tokens just for playing lands. Definitely not bad. Commons Bless, Second Wind, Flame Strike, Overflow, Townsfolk. Nothing new in there. We'll just quickly put those. Low. Hulk. Wolf. Holy Warrior. United. Carrion Beetles. And then Return to Nature. Guardian Angel. Okay. An exceptional angel protects and guides. 3/3 for 4, airborne. And on Genesis, fly to a weaker allied minion and ward it. Okay, so free ward. Eerie Coral. An exceptional relic of Thalassic Thought. 1 mana, bearer has +1 power and is a water spellcaster. Didn't we see something equivalent to that? The Mandrake Jars. Okay, so again, that's probably another one where there is one of these for each of the elements, just to get you minions slightly beefier and give them the ability to throw out some spells. Wave of Eviction. Oh boy. I think that's what the US is in for in not too long. Exceptional magic waves goodbye. So for 2 mana, an allied water site overflows in a cardinal direction, flooding sites there this turn, and carrying away enemies 1 step at a time. So flooding is an ability unique to water cards, usually water sites, where a lot of sites have the ability to say, oh, well, I flood a adjacent site, and basically the site that gets flooded, if it wasn't already a water site, becomes a water site because it's been flooded. So what this does is you pick a cardinal direction from the caster, And then every site in that direction, let's say if I'm going to cast it to the left, every site to the left becomes a water site, and all the enemies are pushed in that direction one site at a time. So that's just funny. Ooh, okay, another elite. The Iron Maiden. Wasn't a huge fan of the band, but alright. An elite device. Make yourself comfortable. For 2 mana, whenever a nearby avatar draws a card, they lose life equal to the number of cards they've drawn this turn. Ooh. Punishing card draw. Alright. And let's see here. Undesirables. Oh, horrible. Bone Spear, Monks, Flare. Okay, second foil of the box, Kamacine Mummy. Try and see if I can actually get the foil to show up on camera, one of the hardest things to do on this planet. Already seen that, that's an exceptional. Okay. Ghoul, Freeze, Trial by Fire, Silent Hills, okay. Hybrids. More monks. And another flare. Ooh. Okay, we got some Viking-looking dudes here. Let's see here. Thin ice. Tread carefully at this exceptional site. So this is a water site. Not too surprising. At the end of your turn, if minions atop this site total 5 or more power, submerge them. Ooh, so if too many big stompies walk on top of it, they fall through and submerge. Interesting. Hollow One. A pitiful shadow of an exceptional undead. Looks like a 4/4 for 3. Disabled until a mortal or beast dies nearby. I mean, that shouldn't be that hard to make happen, but I don't know if the... Because that does require probably a little bit of effort to make that happen, and honestly, to get a 4/4 for... and only get like a single mana... what's the word I'm looking for? It doesn't matter. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. Let's see. Those who linger. A dwindling host of exceptional undead. So we're looking at a 4/4 for 6. But on Deathrite, summon a ghoul from your collection to this site. It has Deathrite, summon a skeleton token to this site. So each time it dies, it loses a little bit of power. You know, I'm actually surprised. I don't think we've seen a single minion yet that doesn't have a constant power toughness. In Arthurian Legend, they put in a number of cards that had separated power and toughness, and I kind of thought that was going to be an ongoing thing, but they really seem to have abandoned that, which is kind of interesting. So let's keep going here. And we have... This is only an elite? Are you kidding me? Lord of Destruction. 6/6 for 6. An elite demon of unbridled wrath. Destroys sites it strikes and other minions there. Wow. I can't believe that's not a unique. That art is rad. Alright, let's see. Revered. 10-ton, zombie, muddy pigs. Okay. Slug my zombie hordes. Where are my pigs? Oh, Imp. Ooh, yeah, the Twilight Bloom. That is actually a really pretty card. And Forsaken. Ooh. Gibbous Night Gaunts. Exceptional demons wane into night. So it's a 3/3 for 3, Airborne and Voidwalk. Okay. Seems like there's a lot of the 3/3s. Again, maybe that's a element constant where there's always a 3/3 for 3 that has Voidwalk and plus one of the other movement abilities. Bitten. Okay. An exceptional mortal insists he is fine. 2/2 for 1. On Genesis, strike target nearby evil minion. Okay. And as a death right, summon a skeleton token here under your opponent's control. So for 1 mana, you get a 2/2 with a free hit on 1 nearby evil minion, but when he dies, you give your opponent a skeleton token. Again, not totally sure how I'm feeling about that. Accusation. Oh, that art. That art is so cool. Exceptional magic reveals heresy. Target opponent reveals their hand and banishes a card. If any of their cards or allies are evil, you may choose which. Okay, so you get to pick what card they throw away if they're playing with any evil cards. An elite demon, cranky overseer. An elite demon will see the work done. So that's a 3/3 for 4. And once on your turn, the Overseer may deal 1 damage to target adjacent ordinary minion to untap it. So it's basically a minion that does a repeated lash. And is otherwise a 3/3. The ability to deal damage to your monsters to untap them is new, and that's kind of interesting. I would like to see where they're going to go with that. And let's see, Gift of the Frog. Redwing, Static Servant, Ghostfire, Snellygaster, Hillside Chapel, Cemetery Rats. Yep. Oh, now that I'm looking at the spells here, so for each element, there is a ordinary spell, which is Gift of the Something. I hadn't really caught on to that one. So we've got Gift of the Serpent, Gift of the Raven, Gift of the Wolf, and Gift of the Frog, which is clearly the best one. Kissers of Wounds, among other things. Exceptional Mortals of Intimate Compassion. 2/2 for 2, and on Genesis, ward a wounded nearby, or minion nearby, or you heal 2. Okay. Scatter. We still have not had even a single uncommon repeat. There are so many cards in this set. Exceptional Magic. and Precipitous Push. Push everything at target location 1 step, 1 at a time. Okay. Fallen Angel. This is only an uncommon. That's an exceptional. Man. Some of these fire cards seem like they should be way rarer than they are, given how cool they are. God. Fallen Angel. An exceptional angel, cast off its grace. So it's a 3/3 for 4 that has airborne, so it's a flyer, and nearby allied demons have +1 power. Ooh, there's a unique. The Pallid Bust, a unique relic of ancestral recall. So on Genesis, banish a dead minion. And, okay. And Minion Bearer has the banished minion's printed types and abilities. So when you put it into play, you just pick a dead minion. A dead minion. Okay, so that doesn't specify one of yours, just some minion somebody played that is dead. And then whoever is carrying the Pallid Bust gains whatever you removed's types and abilities. Okay, I'm sure that has so many different applications I can't even begin to comprehend them. And let's see, detonate. Any hiding foils in here? I don't think so. Survivors. Angry Mob. Enrage. Familiar's all the way over there. Okay. Militia. Place and. What is this face? What is this face? Active Volcano, an exceptional site of molten mystery. Nah, of the double threshold, this is the coolest so far. We haven't seen, let's see, we have water, air, this is now fire, so we haven't seen the earth. But just look at that. That is so cool. Like I would put a poster of this on my wall. All right. Failed Mutation, an exceptional monster and arcane accident. So 4/4 for 4, which can't be targeted or damaged by magic. Okay. Hauntless Head. Well, there was a headless haunt, and now an exceptional spirit in search of some body. So it's a 2/2 for 1 with Spellcaster and Voidwalk. At the start of your turn, Hauntless Head teleports to the top of a random site or void. So it just teleports randomly at the start of your turn. This is also very funny. Ooh, okay, an elite demon, Earl of the Ivory Towers. An elite demon with disdain for plebes. I know a lot of people like that. 3/3 for 3. Non-ordinary spellcaster. I've never seen that before. So he will only cast spells that are not commons. Can't be targeted or damaged by the ordinary. All right. And then a bunch of non-foils. Sewer Rat. Vandal Imp. Instigator Imp. Well, Knighted. And Return to Nature. Necropotence? Is it? Oh, dear Lord, are we not done with the Magic the Gathering references? Exceptional magic is larger than life. Give a nearby allied undead +3 power this turn, but only affects undead. Okay. I mean, 1 mana for a +3 power. That's not nothing. I love this card. I haven't even read it, and I already love this card. Hearkening Kraken. 5/5 for 6 mana, an exceptional monster, all arms and ears. It has Submerge. It must be cast submerged and costs 1 mana less for each enemy in its body of water. So, I mean, if you're playing primary water and your opponent's got a lot of minions over there, you could darn near bring this dude out for free. I love this. See? Exceptional, okay. Witching Hour. Exceptional magic of Moonlit Mischief. Your evil spellcaster and spirit allies, or wait a second, okay, there's a comma between evil and spellcaster. So your evil spellcaster and spirit allies gain airborne and +1 power this turn. Okay, interesting. Oh, another unique. Young Master Damien. Wait, are we making Omen references? Man, these are coming out of the woodwork. A unique undead doomed to adolescence. On Genesis, summon 2 ghouls from your collection here. They can't die while nearby. Oh, that's new. Huh. Alrighty. And no foils hiding back there. Young Master Damien. What other weird movie references are going to be hidden amongst these cards? Where are my desks? There they are. Yeah. Frog Swamp. Oh, wait, that's a spell. And then Lesser Blood Demon. Never forget about your Lesser Blood Demons. Very important. Five. Lure. And Murder of Crows. Uh-oh. Age 16 plus, I'm probably going to have to age restrict the stream. All right. Ooh, Ferryman's Coin. An exceptional relic buys Passage Beyond. So for 1 mana, banish this coin, gain 1 mana, or banish up to 3 cards from any cemetery. Okay. Intrepid Hero. God, they never give up on the Magic the Gathering name references. An exceptional mortal, an army of 1. 3/3 for 3, lethal to evil. Self-explanatory. Oh, River river of blood! An exceptional sight. The realm cut wide open. So this is a river of blood is a fire. Okay. All healing is halved, rounded down. Not sure I've ever seen an ability like that in any game. Love it. Okay, and then we have an elite. Panpipes of Nam. I'm assuming the P is silent. Nam. Suffer the whine of this elite instrument. Damage caused by nearby units is increased to 2. Okay, so I'm assuming that means if it was over 2, it just does what it does. But so basically all your 1/1s now do 2 damage if this is nearby. Okay. I mean, that's one way to make tokens a heck of a lot more dangerous. And then let's see your virgin. Dun, 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 dun. Nope. Right. Larva. Demon. Corpse. Bound spirit. Smite. Still only 1 new avatar so far. Okay. Order of the White Wing. Okay. Exceptional mortals, keepers of the faith. So a 3/3 for 3 with ward. And if a minion would be summoned nearby and it wasn't cast from hand, banish it. Okay, so this is the shutting down all the enemies popping in from the graveyard. Although, let's see, if a minion would be summoned nearby, so that's for everybody. So that if you were going to try and do it, that also shuts down your cards coming back from the graveyard. Corruptor Freak. Well, that's not very nice. An exceptional demon spoils all it touches. 3/3 for 3, and at the end of your turn, deal 2 damage to this site. A passive 2 damage every single turn. That ain't bad. See? Estranged Loner, aka most of the internet. An exceptional mortal with a slimy secret. 2/2 for 3. And as a death right, you may summon a horrible hybrids card from your collection to this location. So he's got some horrible hybrids hiding under that cloak. Then the big card, okay, an elite site. Shrike Orchard. An elite site full of butcher birds. Okay. That bird has a key in its back. It's a clockwork bird. Let's see, whenever you summon a minion here, kill target nearby enemy beast with 2 or less power. So every time you play cards, you get to kill nearby creatures. As long as they're beasts and relatively little. But, okay. Not my favorite of the elite sites, but it's interesting. Let's see, Gift of the Wolf. Nope, nope. Okay. Barricade. Okay. Dredge. Exceptional magic, catches more than fish. Surface everything at target water site, and summon 2 skeleton tokens there. Okay, so this was, I forget what it was, but the Exhume. Exhume. This is the water version for unsubmerging things. Bind Evil. Oh boy, we are quickly reaching the edge of the table here. Exceptional magic of chaos neatly knotted. Did we not already have this? No, we didn't. Okay, there must have just been another description that was very close to this. Disable target nearby evil minion until an adjacent spellcaster taps to release it. Okay, I mean, for 1 mana, being able to disable an evil minion's not bad, but it's fairly easy to get past it, as long as you have a spellcaster. Then we have Skeleton Mage. God, this art. That is just a beautiful card. An exceptional undead imbued with Arcanum. 1/1 for 2, but he's a spellcaster, and on Genesis, may cast an ordinary magic from a cemetery, banishing it afterward. So he can just cast any common spell out of a cemetery, again, any cemetery, banishing it afterwards. That's pretty nice. And, okay, an elite site. Ersatz Platz. An elite site of unsettling pillars and slats. I'm just trying to comprehend the artwork. That's what's going on here. Man. You can play an exceptional site from your collection here, banishing this site. Okay. So you can, and that's not like a Genesis or a Deathrite, which means you can technically do it anytime you want. So you can just put any exceptional site into your side collection, and at any time throw away this one to put that exceptional into play. Okay. That's kind of interesting. Okay, let's see here. It just jumps out at you when you see it. And Gift to the Raven. Some of these packs really take some force to get them open. There we go. Ooh, some more fantastic art. So Raise. Exceptional magic lays waste to empire. An ally destroys a site it occupies and all artifacts there. For 4 mana, taking down a whole site? Man. Site destruction's getting a lot cheaper, and that's an exceptional. That's not even like a rare. What is going on here? What is this? What is this? Molten Mar. An exceptional site opens its ruby lips. This is a fire site. Oh, this is the finally, we hit the Fire Genesis one, where if you have 2 threshold when you play it, you can just put a Hellhounds out of your collection directly onto this site. So you get a free 3/3 creature when you play it, as long as you have 2 fire threshold. So we now have yeah, that should be all 4 of the variants. So that's the Molten Mar, the Forsaken Crypt, Forlorn Keep, and the Peculiar Port. Okay. The Mimic. Oh no! An exceptional monster of tempting treasure. So a 2/2 for 4. And as you summon this Mimic, you may transform a carryable artifact into it. As you summon this Mimic, you may transform a carryable artifact into it under your control. So I think, if I'm not reading this wrong, you can pick a carryable artifact, so any artifact that can be picked up by a minion. Basically get rid of that card, it becomes the Mimic, and the Mimic remains under your control, so you can basically like get rid of an opponent's artifact. Okay. Okay, Mimic. And then Innsmouth Dock. Okay, that's at least Lovecraft reference number 2. Oh, and this one's a unique. Innsmouth Dock, a unique site of mysterious magnetism. So this is a water site. Once on your turn, you may lure an adjacent minion to step here. So just the general site can pull, let's see, and it's adjacent minions, so you can use it to pull either your own or your opponent's. Okay, okay. That's the first unique site we've seen. You're going to go right there. The crawler. Nothing special in that one. All right, down to the last third of the box. Okay, I think that's the first exceptional duplicate we've seen. This is the second mudslide. And let's see here. Vesper Swarm. Exceptional monsters paint the town red. So it's a 4/4 for 5, airborne, and once on your turn, may fly to a wounded minion. Okay, so it can kind of teleport across the board to at least any space where a minion of yours was damaged. You could probably use that with like Lash or the Cranky Overseer. Just get a creature to move, hit it for 1 damage, get it to move again, which would wound it, and then have like Vesper Swarms basically just fly over to the wounded guy. It allows for a lot of movement in like an air fire deck, which is interesting. See? Ghost Town. All right, I'm gonna, because these are gonna start falling if I don't stack these at least a little bit. Get around to organizing them better a little bit later. Typically, as I open boxes, I start using the boxes, and I'll take like, okay, this box has all the non-ordinary earth cards. I'll have another box that has all the non-ordinary water cards, but naturally, we're in the first box still, so I can't quite do that. Ghost Town. Once an exceptional site, Now gutted by greed. So on Genesis, you gain an extra mana. It doesn't generate any threshold, but the turn you play it, you get 2 mana instead of 1. Where are my... Yeah, we'll put them over there. Okay, and then an Elite. Lucid Dreamers. Elite mortals on the shores of imaginations. That's a 2/2 for 2. Voidwalk. I'm so happy to see the amount of Voidwalk. When I heard the theme of the set, that's kind of what I was hoping for, was we would get a ton of Voidwalk. You may cast minions to this void. I'm assuming the void it's in, granting them Voidwalk until they're no longer in the void. Ooh! So this basically acts as a minion mill outside of the normal realm, where it's very hard to hit, because there's not a lot of cards that interact with the void. That's interesting. See? Anything shiny back here? Nah, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Undead Ambush. Exceptional magic of grave surprise. 3 mana to summon a skeleton token to each other site adjacent to target enemy. You don't even have to control them. So you can just swarm an enemy's minion. Ooh, okay. A desecrated ground. We got an actual one outside of the box topper. Does this still have... No! Okay, so interesting. So the box topper one was double-sided with consecrated and desecrated. This one is just a straight desecrated. And we have Zombie Bruiser. An exceptional undead fights on and on. 4/4 for 4. And 1 sacrifice a skeleton token. And you can pull it back from the cemetery. Okay. And then, okay, another elite. Abaddon Succubus. Wait, is that a B or an H? I'm not certain. I'm going to guess that it is a B. An elite demon of alluring demise. Once on your turn, may lure target adjacent enemy minion to take a step closer. When it arrives, it takes 2 damage and you heal 2. So it life drains if it manages to draw something on top of it. I like that. That's funny. Oh, okay. Foil Elite. Finally something. Angel Ascendant, and it's a card we haven't even seen before. An elite mortal's faith unfurls. Let me see if I can... Ooh, because there's not a ton of foiling. It's mostly just in this little area back behind him. Very light, very tasteful foiling. There's a little bit on the wing, but it's not a lot. Gives him a little aura, which is cool. But okay, an elite mortal's faith unfurls. Has airborne and +1 power while warded. So it becomes a 3/3 flyer as long as he has a ward on him. Okay. Consecrate. Oh, this art. Of course, it's Severin. This artist does, in my opinion, some of the best art in the game. The land is graced with exceptional magic. An ally wards its site, then may transform it into a consecrated ground from your collection. Ooh. And for 2 mana. Holy Water. An exceptional potion, the Hallowed and Blessed. 2 mana, for bearer has tap, sacrifice this holy water, throw a projectile. Oh boy, we're in Castlevania. If it hits a minion, banish it if evil, ward if not. Okay. Then we have swap. Exceptional magic of unexpected exchange. Swap the location of target minion or artifact with another target minion or artifact. Fair enough. Funny. And probably causes a whole lot of havoc if you play it right. Then we have, okay, an elite. Pilgrim's Shrine. An elite site bestows a parting gift. So it has ward, and when a minion leaves here, transfer this site's ward to it. Okay, so you get basically a free ward onto the first minion to walk off this site. Not my favorite, but you could probably make some good moves out of that. Instigator Imp. Oh my goodness, what have I been doing? We've been opening foils, and we haven't even been taking the opportunity to appreciate the full art on the back. What am I even doing with my life? I like that, the little town below it. This, I don't know how much, yeah. Oh, he has feet! I was not expecting him to have feet, but he does. And then let's see what's... Oh! Look at that. Yeah, you can kind of see it on the front of the card, but while warded, an elite mortal's faith unfurls. All right. Hand of Glory. An exceptional relic. Severed from restraint. So 1 mana, so bearer has +1 is the fire spellcaster. Okay. Hadn't seen that yet. Ooh, another exceptional artifact. Bullwhip. An exceptional weapon enforces hierarchy. 4 mana for, let's see, once on your turn, bearer may deal 1 damage to target adjacent minion. So it's basically a free 1 damage, and okay, so it's target adjacent minion, so it's both yours and the enemy's. So it has some activation for abilities on your side, and can just be used as kind of Tim activator against the enemy. Active Volcano! I don't care if I already had it, that's still just such a cool card. The art is so great. I want this in foil. I so badly want this in foil. Okay, and an elite, Arcade of Bones. An elite monument to the quickened dead. While in this row, undead move freely and can't be targeted or damaged by magic. Whoa. That's pretty, and with an elite, you can have 2 of these. So you can basically take 2 of the 4 rows of the realm and make it so that undead just move freely and are immune to magic. That's pretty nasty. Nothing cool hiding back in there. Barricade. Ooh. Abyssal Assault. Exceptional magic of tentacular bombardment. So 4 mana. For each point of its power, an allied monster may deal 1 damage to a unit in a square near it. So for each point of its power, an allied monster may deal 1 damage. So basically an allied monster... Well, because it doesn't say strike, so it doesn't count as a strike, but it's essentially letting a monster do a strike on a nearby square. For 4 mana, okay. To a unit in a square near it. Or wait. I'm trying to make sure I'm reading this right. For each point of its power... So are these happening in sequence? Does that mean you can split the damage between multiple enemies, or does it have to all be the same one? So I think the way I'm reading it here is for each point of its power, so basically each damage dealt is a separate attack, which means you could technically pick different targets for each individual point of damage. I think that's how I'm supposed to be reading this. And if that's correct, that's much better than just a card that lets you do a strike. Okay. Driftwood Marrows. Exceptional automatons buoy the beleaguered. So it's a 3/3 for 3, and nearby allies can't be submerged. Okay. I think this may be the first card that actually blocks things being submerged. I wonder if there's an equivalent for buried. Because I don't think there's a card that blocks being buried either. At least not... there probably is one, I'm just forgetting it. But I'm not thinking of it off the top of my head here. Be gone! Exceptional magic casts out the wicked. Banish an evil minion anywhere in the realm. So for 3 mana, you just kick an evil minion card out of the game. Alright. Then, ooh, hole. This is another card. This is an elite. This isn't even a unique. What the hell? Faith Incarnate. An elite spirit of prayer made manifest. So it's 0 base power toughness and 5 mana, but has +2 power for each ward in the realm. Oh, you know someone's just going to build a deck for the sole purpose of playing this card. I want to build a deck for the sole purpose of playing this card. Nothing hiding in the back of that one. He'll have... Warrior. I keep flipping these over and seeing this just complete nonsense popping out at me, and I love it. Road to Perdition, an exceptional sight, each step a judgment. So this is another fire one, and on Genesis, target nearby evil gains or loses 1 power this turn. I don't know. See, well, it is only an exceptional. Again, I looked at the art and immediately thought that this was like an elite. It's not. It's just an exceptional, but okay. Oh, second avatar. All right, so a new one. This is the Persecutor. So another one, 20 health, starts at 2 power. Okay. That may not seem like much, but honestly, almost all the avatars in the game up to this point only have 1. So seeing anything that's not a 1 there is pretty unusual. Your avatar stops at nothing. Tap it, player draw a sight. So that's the basic ability every avatar has, pretty much. Once on your turn, Persecutor may step toward the closest evil or brand an enemy, so your cards treat them as evil this turn. Oh, that's funny. So every turn, you can just pick an enemy minion, anything in the realm, and just say, yep, for the rest of the turn, that thing's evil. Kill it. I love it. Wait. Okay, 2 avatars in 1 pack. Let's go. So now we have the Savior. So this is another 20 health, 1 power. Your avatar delivers us from evil. Tap the player, draw a sight, and for 1 mana, ward a minion that was summoned this turn. I have found the combo. All right. Oh, I saw the shininess in the back when I unfortunately moved it, but we'll be coming back. So this is the elite. Those were, man, all of these avatars are just exceptionals. Okay. So the elite Peacemaker Arbalest, an elite weapon with an urge to purge. Let's see here. Bearer has ranged, and its strikes deal 1 more damage to units for each of the following that they are: evil, artifact bearers, spellcasters, voidwalkers, submergers, burrowers, and frogs. How dare you? How dare you go after my frogs? All right, so as I said, I saw the shininess in the back. Now we just have to hope that it's a good one. Oop, come on. Come on. What are you? Exceptional. Although it's also an exceptional we haven't seen. Oh, this is the Air Spellcaster one. We have Sensu? I assume that's the name of the fan. Sensu of the Fang. An exceptional relic of villainous winds. Bearer has +1 power and is an air spellcaster. Oh, there we go. There's the foiling. Oh, God. The application across the face is perfect. I love it. It'll look. Ooh. The moon rising in the back. The graveyard setting. I love it. It's only an exceptional, but I think that may actually be my favorite of the foils so far. Well, I don't know. The aura for the Angel Ascendant is a really good application of the foiling. I'd have to think about it. You know, I am expecting, after seeing the lesser blood demon common, I demand that there needs to be a greater blood demon, like elite or exceptional card that we haven't seen yet. Okay, enduring faith. So exceptional magic tempers true resolve. Ward an allied minion. Until your next turn, it takes damage for its nearby allies instead. Okay. Holy Nova. Oh, we got an AoE spell. A purifying pulse of exceptional magic. Deal damage to each enemy at affected locations. You may break an allied ward to center the spell on that location instead of the caster's. So basically, you can throw away a ward to drop this spell anywhere you have a creature, or, well, hold on a sec. An allied ward. So can you do this with a sight as well? Deal damage to each enemy at affected locations. You may break an allied ward, it doesn't say on a minion or sight, to center this spell on that location instead of the caster's. I think you can do it with either. The base of Babel. If there is not the Tower of Babel that goes with this, I'm angry. An exceptional sight, foundation, or folly. So this is an earth sight, and let's see here. You may build the Tower of Babel by playing the apex of Babel atop this. Okay, yep, there is. We have to find it. We just haven't gotten the top of Babel yet. We got the base. And then let's see. Okay, an elite. The Sacred Stag. An elite beast, sanctified and sovereign. 4/4 for 4, starts with ward. And as a death right, you can drop the ward on the site. Okay. Then let's see. Okay. Somebody was sneaking extra screamers in there. Maybe Eric over at Eric's Curiosa did it. Ooh. Gnarled Wendigo. An exceptional monster, speak not its name. That's a 5/5 for 6. And let's see, this costs 2 less to cast for each minion you sacrifice at its summoning location. So if you toss 3 creatures, it's basically a 5/5 for free. Alright. I mean, if you got a bunch that you don't really need. Fertile Earth. Okay, that's the Earth double threshold. This is the only one we hadn't seen yet. An exceptional sight of plenteous mana. Some very pretty art. Brian Smith. Meat Hook. An exceptional weapon of grisly retrieval. Bearer has tap, shoot a projectile. If a unit is hit, drag it here, and bearer may fight it when it arrives. I mean, I suppose you could have called it meat hook. You also could have called it get over here, but... And then, okay, another elite site. Dread Thicket. An elite site where killers skulk. Okay, so this is an air site, which is interesting. The first attack out of this site each turn can't be defended. Ooh. Okay, gives you some combat bonus if you put it towards the front. And let's see. Gifted the Frog. Very important. Okay. Common foil. Wild Fanatic. Ooh. Not sure how I feel about the foiling on this one. Just kind of generally surrounding the Fanatic. It works. I love the foiling on the lightning bolts in the back. They light up beautifully, but I don't know how I feel about just kind of surrounding him. He's got a little on his sword and his axe as well, though. And the tops of the towers? Yeah, actually, the tower, both the base and the top of that tower have a little bit of the foiling on them. Appreciate. Not that different, but that's foil number 5. We are almost at the end of the box, though, so it seems the foil rate is definitely lower than, like, beta and alpha. You know, unless I accidentally moved a unique somewhere I didn't mean to, which I do sometimes. Where that's 6 non-foil uniques and 5 foils. What I remember on beta, it was like 7, 8 foils and probably 9 non-foil uniques in each box. So it seems like the rate may be a little bit lower. Or I'm just completely misremembering. It was 2 years ago. Or these last few packs may be completely stacked. Who knows? See, Rowdy Boys! Exceptional mortals out to crush skelly skulls. 3/3 for 3, which untaps after striking an undead. Fair enough. And we have a haystack. So this is a earth site. Good luck finding anything at all. Anything at this exceptional site. Opponents' deck searches are limited to the top 3 cards. Another ability, I don't think I've ever heard anything even remotely like that. The sites in this set have some fascinating shutdown abilities. Let's make some more room for foils. I can always hope. So, Harvest Festival, Exceptional Magic, Braids Bonds of Fellowship. So, summon Eltham and Sarava townsfolk from your collection to an allied site. We losing out here? Nah, I don't know. Okay. YouTube was having a bit of an issue there for a sec. To an allied site. Okay, so the townfolk clearly refers Oh, the Sarava townfolk. Yeah, those are townsfolk, aren't they? Okay. I'm just a doofus. So the two bears cards, an earth and a water bears. So you can just pull out a couple of 2/2s from your collection to an allied site for 3 mana. I mean, again, you're paying like an extra mana for each, but you're pulling them from your collection and not your deck. Or your spellbook. So, okay. Ooh, all right. Complain and you shall receive. Non-foil unique peace offering. This is a creature? That is fascinating. So that is a unique beast bears a fragile accord. 0 power toughness for 1 mana. Airborne, so it flies. And whenever this enters another player's site, you may give them the peace offering. If you do, their units can't attack you on their next turn. Okay. So you could hand over the creature, who basically acts as a fog, just basically shuts down combat for a turn. But by doing so, you give your opponent the ability to use it as a fog later. I think I'd be more impressed if it was if the trade was a little bit more impactful than just handing over the peace offering. It's an interesting card. I'd have to sleep on it a bit to see if it actually has like a decent application though. Okay, bottom. Oh, I see the shiny. Alrighty. Alright, exceptional. And we got a meat hook. Oh, that's gonna be... See if I can get the rainbow to show up. Okay, it doesn't quite show up as a rainbow. It shows up more as like a amplified red. I've got the actual meat hook right here, so you can kind of see the application there. But all right, so that is again the Mortal Kombat Scorpion card. Let's see the full art. Oh. That's another poster I would put on my wall. Okay. Ooh. Flagellant. An exceptional mortal of disciplined flesh. 2/2 for 2, and whenever Flagellant takes damage, you heal 1. Okay, so for each... Oh, I never put away... I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'm going to regret it if I don't actually maintain and put away the cards as I do this. All right, back to where we were. So, an exceptional mortal of disciplined flesh. You heal 1 whenever it takes damage. This could be a decent combo to feed like the Lash, or like the Cranky Overseer or Lash, plus all of the various abilities that trigger to like move or warp to things that have taken damage. Flagellant could be a decent combo card for that. That would be interesting to see how far you could take it. Oh, there's some art. What is even going on in this picture? Onslaught. Exceptional magic of frenzy given form. This turn, allies gain +1 power, charge, and can't be immobilized, silenced, or disabled. For 3 mana, it's a fire and earth card with some amazing art. This is another one I want a foil of. I just want to see it. I don't even care if the card's not that good, but I want to see the foil of this. Okay. Winter Nymph. An exceptional spirit of hibernal hush. So a 2/2 for 2, stealth, and whenever another minion is summoned nearby, tap it. Okay, so a little bit of a slow play, at least within a decent chunk of the realm if you place it right. Ooh, an elite doomsday cult. God, this art. This is another one where it's so busy I can barely even tell what's happening, and I don't care. I'm going to have to just look at this card for 20 minutes after I finish the stream just to understand it, and I love it. Elite Mortals, hasten the realm's descent. So 3/3 for 5, players play with the top card of their spellbook revealed, and may cast evil from the top of their spellbook here. So wherever the Doomsday Cult is sitting at the time, you can just play evil off the top of your deck. Oh, that's funny. This has to combo with something. I know I can't immediately think of what, but this has to be a great combo with something. Let's see. Balsamer's Ghost. Chapel. Trial by Fire. All right, there it is. Okay, so non-foil version of Sensu of the Fang. So I'm pretty sure now we've gotten all 4 versions of this. The artifacts that give your bearer +1 power and turn them into a certain spellcaster. Shallow Grave. An exceptional site of exposed remains. So this is an earth site, and on Genesis, discard your top 2 spells. Okay, so another card that just throws things into the graveyard. Or cemetery. New avatar! The Necromancer. Okay. So 20 health, 1 power. The dead will follow your avatar to victory. Tap to player draw a sight, and once on your turn you may pay 1 to summon a skeleton token. Once per turn. Again, I love the art. The secondary ability is a little lackluster. So far, I love the Persecutor and the Savior. The Harbinger and the Necromancer, I mean, maybe you can combo those into something meaningful, but they're a little underwhelming to me. Oh! God, another 2 avatar pack. The Interrogator. 20 life, 1 power. To resist your avatar is to choose Agony. Tap, player draw a sight, and whenever an ally strikes an enemy avatar, draw a spell unless they pay 3 life. Now you have to actually get up next to the enemy's avatar and hit the enemy's avatar. But good lord, every time you attack the enemy's life points directly, you draw a card unless they pay 3 life. Dang. That's just mean. Oh, okay, so this has got to be either a elite or unique. Now, unfortunately, on the avatars, they don't tell you rarity. For these four, they were clearly exceptionals because I was getting elites or uniques in the same packs. Well, that means this one is actually an elite or unique avatar. I don't know which. Well, I'd have to look it up later. Let's see. And then nothing hiding in the back. Might get drowned, enraged familiar. Give to the wolf and smite. Alrighty. And then, alright, last pack of this box. Well, that's a card. 4 fat frogs. Exceptional magic calls Croaking Chorus. Summon 4 frog tokens to an allied site. Simple, straightforward frogs. Ooh, okay, so a consecrated ground. And this one is, yeah, okay, so that's actually that. Did we already get the consecrated, or did we get the desecrated earlier? We got the desecrated. Okay, so we got one of each, outside of the token that you got in the box topper. Evil has no power here. What is this? This is an exceptional. Bladder Blimp. A silent but deadly exceptional monster. 3/3 for 5, airborne. And on Deathrite, players will lose 1 life for each nearby site they control when it dies. So, I mean, if you charge it into a clump of enemy sites and it dies in the middle, that's like 9 life if you kill it. Okay, I kind of like it. Ooh, and an elite stagecoach. An elite mortal delivers new blood. 2/2 for 3 with charge and may carry any number of minions. Okay. Carrying other minions is another ability I wish they would do something a little bit more with. I mean, the mechanic is built into the game, but they've honestly done very, very little with it. And unfortunately, at this point, I don't think they did a lot with it in this set. So, let's see. Oh, nope, that's a shiny. I saw it. Okay, an exceptional. Ooh, and Feign Death. That is another one with some fantastic foiling. There's the background silhouetting the guy standing and all the people being hung from the tree. See the full art. Oh, I hadn't even, you can see that on the full card and I wasn't even paying attention. The guy who's faking it is holding a knife behind his back. Shows how much attention I'm paying. All right, I'll put those away in a second. So that is the end of the first box. Not bad. At the very least 6, maybe 7, I'm not sure about the interrogator. Non-foil uniques, and 7 foils. No unique foils, which is too bad, but we did get a rather neat-looking elite. Not bad. I'm really liking this set. I can already see a lot of the cards playing very well together. They've added in a lot more cards that have like a lot of the basic abilities that were very lacking in the previous sets. In particular, with Arthurian Legends, they really didn't put a lot of new cards in with like Burrow, Submerge, Voidwalk. So I'm really happy to see that they're expanding how many cards have those abilities, opening up the possibility to make new decks to use those, as well as several. I'm immediately, where is it? Where's my Faith Incarnate and Savior? There has to be a way to get this. There has to be a way to turn this into something ridiculous. But, so that was 4 hours for one box because I spent pretty much all of my time really kind of learning the cards and enjoying it. We'll pick this up tomorrow and continue opening boxes. It's going to be a lot faster because now I'm not really paying as much attention to the commons. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you'll join me tomorrow to continue opening some more boxes. Catch you broskies later.